Тысячелетия звезды манят людей своим светом из неизведанных глубин бескрайнего космоса. Зачаровывая, сохраняя в себе тайны мироздания и знания Вселенной. И только человеку, наполненному волей и стремлением к познанию, под силу обуздать эту энергию. Самой могущественной энергией, обладающей созидательной, творческой силой, является мысль, идея. Это импульс, который рождает любое движение, каждый шаг человечества. В 2017 год импульсом для первого шага в будущее большого процесса цифровизации стал указ президента о стратегии развития информационного общества в Российской Федерации на 2017-2030 годы. И в этот же год эта идея обрела свое воплощение в виде международной конференции «Шаг в будущее. Искусственный интеллект и цифровая экономика» и объединила лидеров отечественной науки, образования и бизнеса. 2018 год. Приказом президента утвержден национальный проект «Цифровая экономика». Отвечая на рост интереса к теме цифровизации, конференция расширяется до международного научного форума. Форум «Шаг в будущее. Искусственный интеллект и цифровая экономика» собрал широкое международное представительство участников из 15 стран мира. В рамках форума состоялось открытие кафедры ЮНЕСКО «Социально-правовые и этические основы общества знаний». 2019 год. Главная тема форума «Smart Nations. Экономика цифрового равенства». И форум становится одним из ярких событий научной жизни Москвы на площадке цифрового делового пространства. Партнерами форума выступили крупнейшие представители органов государственной власти, образования, бизнеса, средств массовой информации. 2021 год. Форум «Шаг в будущее. Искусственный интеллект и цифровая экономика» – ведущий научный бренд Плехановского университета. Тема форума «Технологическое лидерство. Взгляд за горизонт» привлекла внимание виднейших ученых Российской академии наук, экспертов Российского научного фонда и Российского фонда фундаментальных исследований, профессоров вузов России. Форум запустил активную цифровую трансформацию университета. Открывается главное цифровое пространство основной площадки для развития цифровых проектов вуза. Внедрена цифровая система управления университетом. Начали работу платформа поддержки научно-технологического предпринимательства «Хайф». Предпринимательская точка кипения. На завершающую стадию вышло строительство нового цифрового корпуса. 2023 год. Настоящее и будущее Плехановского университета – это ежедневная трансформация классического экономического университета в современный вуз новых возможностей. Вуз талантливых людей делает шаг в интересное будущее.
Модератор пленарной сессии 5-го Международного научного форума «Шаг в будущее. Искусственный интеллект и цифровая экономика. Техноэкономика. Трансформация платформ». Журналист, ведущая телеканала «Россия-1» Ирина Росиус.
Добрый день, рада вас всех приветствовать. Мы открываем пленарное заседание 5-го Международного научного форума «Шаг в будущее. Искусственный интеллект и цифровая экономика». И тема сегодняшнего года – техноэкономика, трансформация платформ. Итак, цифровая экономика, о которой мы говорили на прошлых форумах и которая развивается в нашей стране при поддержке национальной программы «Цифровая экономика Российской Федерации», приводит к пониманию, что сейчас уже требуются качественно новые способы организации хозяйственной деятельности. И эта деятельность будет основываться на применении особых технологических платформ. Платформ, которые послужат базой для целых экосистем. Данные технологические платформы построены на основе алгоритмов обработки больших данных, искусственного интеллекта и новых прорывных IT-решений, которые позволят оптимизировать транзакции рыночной экономики, ну а в перспективе и всех социальных процессов в общем. Давайте начнем. Я сейчас буду приглашать наших замечательных гостей. С приветственным словом прежде хочу, чтобы вы посмотрели видеоролик. Ага, чуть не упала. Нашего заместителя председателя правительства Российской Федерации Дмитрия Николаевича Чернышенко. Внимание на экран.
Отрадно, что в этом году мероприятие приурочено к дню рождения Российского экономического университета имени Георгия Валентиновича Плеханова. Коллеги, у нас с вами общая цель, она поставлена президентом, это технологическая независимость и экономическая безопасность нашей страны, и мы планомерно идем к ее достижению. Уровень цифровизации отрасли экономики и соцсферы за прошедший год вырос примерно на 10% и составил 65,8%. А число аккредитованных отечественных IT-компаний за прошедший год выросло практически в 5 раз, с 4 до 19 тысяч. Порядка 80% существующих зарубежных решений сегодня мы заменяем отечественными аналогами, и в рамках индустриальных центров компетенции, которые созданы по поручению председателя правительства Михаила Ильича Мишустина, эта работа как раз активно ведется. Большое значение в эффективной цифровой трансформации имеет развитость технологий искусственного интеллекта. По экспертным оценкам, вклад таких технологий в ВВП нашей страны к 2025 году может составить более 2%. На сегодняшний день уже более 52% крупных организаций в России используют искусственный интеллект в своей деятельности, и примерно 21% планируют начать это в ближайшее время, то есть практически весь крупный бизнес. В конце прошлого года президент поручил нам обеспечить широкомасштабное внедрение искусственного интеллекта в каждой отрасли экономики и социальной сферы, и правительство выполняет это поручение совместно с лидерами рынка, с исследовательскими центрами. У нас утверждена дорожная карта по внедрению технологий искусственного интеллекта в отраслях экономики до 30 года. В рамках этой дорожной карты будут созданы более 60 перспективных решений. За счет них объем российского рынка искусственного интеллекта к 30 году должен быть более 20 миллиардов рублей, то есть увеличится больше, чем в 2 раза. На реализацию этой дорожной карты предусмотрено 25 миллиардов бюджетных средств и около 112 миллиардов внебюджетного финансирования. И здесь значимую роль, конечно, играет наука. Запущенные в 2021 году еще 6 аппаратных исследовательских центров уже тестируют решения на площадках индустриальных партнеров. Кроме того, научные организации, конечно, это еще и мощная среда для подготовки IT-специалистов. И ваш университет, Российский экономический университет имени Плеханова, также вносит серьезный вклад в их подготовку и в развитие таких дисциплин, как информатика, математика, статистика. Университет входит в десятку сильнейших российских вузов в международных рейтингах по компьютерным наукам и в двадцатку в национальных рейтингах по направлению искусственного интеллекта. Это очень хороший результат. Мы рассчитываем, что на форуме участники предложат инновационные решения, позволяющие ускорить внедрение отечественных технологий в экономику, социальную сферу. Поэтому желаю всем продуктивной и эффективной работы.
Итак, для открытия 5-го международного научного форума «Шаг в будущее. Искусственный интеллект и цифровая экономика. Техноэкономика. Трансформация платформы» приглашаю на эту сцену ректора Российского экономического университета имени Георгия Валентиновича Плеханова Ивана Васильевича Лобанова. Давайте поприветствуем, а также статс-секретаря, заместителя министра Российской Федерации по развитию Дальнего Востока и Арктики Павла Михайловича Волкова, руководителя проектного офиса Главного управления города Москвы Николая Игоревича Баркова, вице-президента Торгово-промышленной палаты Российской Федерации Фатеева Максима Альбертовича, вице-президента по технологическому развитию экосистемы по Сбербанку Оксану Михайловну Смирнову-Крель, генерального директора ФГБУ Российское энергетическое агентство Минэнерго России Алексея Ивановича Кулапина и заместителя министра цифрового развития и связи и массовых коммуникаций Российской Федерации Григория Валерьевича Борисенко мы приглашаем к беседе онлайн, проверим заодно и цифровые технологии, но прежде все-таки для открытия нашего пленарного заседания я хочу предоставить слово Ивану Васильевичу. Иван Васильевич, пожалуйста.
Уважаемый. Раз, так. Дорогие друзья, поприветствовать на пятом научном форуме «Цифровая экономика. Шаг в будущее. Цифровая экономика. Искусственный интеллект». И 5 лет ежегодно проводим это большое научное мероприятие. У нас уже есть коллеги, друзья, которые ежегодно принимают участие, вместе с нами проводят круглые столы, пленарные заседания, обмениваются мнениями. Безусловно, Плехановский университет, Российский экономический университет имени Плеханова становится уже такой площадкой не только и даже не скорее российской, а уже международной. В данный момент у нас подключились более 21 тысячи участников, слушателей, назовем их так. У нас более 23 стран мира тоже имеют свои подключения. Это тоже для нас крайне важно, тем более в такой непростой ситуации, в которой мы сейчас находимся и которую успешно преодолеваем. Для нас крайне важно, чтобы Плехановский университет, чтобы вообще площадка любого университета становилась площадкой, где эксперты, где представители органов госвласти, где научное сообщество, где представители бизнеса, все имели возможность высказаться и предложить какие-то решения, которые, может быть, невозможно сгенерить, находясь непосредственно внутри производственного процесса. Всегда надо чуть-чуть отходить в сторону для того, чтобы посмотреть на все то, что ты делаешь чуть со стороны. Тогда эффективность и эффект будет намного больше. На одном из таких тоже хороших мероприятий, научных мероприятий по искусственному интеллекту, Artificial Intelligence Journey Сбера, президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин, он обозначил такую задачу, что в течение ближайшего десятилетия Россия прошла, скажем так, цифровую трансформацию, и фактически эта задача, она гармонично ложится вот в ту цель, которую мы неоднократно уже озвучили, это формирование собственной технологической независимости. Но, исходя из того, что Российская Федерация находится на 40-м месте в международном рейтинге по цифровой эффективности, то это такая достаточно амбициозная задача, она расшивается еще на несколько еще более амбициозных задач. Не только создать возможность технологического суверенитета, но и достичь опережающего лидерства по сразу нескольким направлениям, в том числе IT. Для этого, безусловно, конечно, требуются кадры. Кадры решают все, и что касается кадров, сегодня мы на бизнес-завтраке тоже обсуждали, и многие говорили, спикеры, эксперты, что, конечно, есть несколько направлений, по которым нам надо опережающим порядком готовить собственные кадры. Не надо бояться того, что происходит, скажем так, уход какого-то определенного объема профессиональных ресурсов, куда бы то ни было. Всегда у нас есть потенциал, вот он присутствует здесь. Китайцы говорят, если ты хочешь узнать о собственной незаменимости, опусти палец в чай. Да, дырки там не будет. Поэтому все площадки, в том числе такие инновационные, как подготовка кадров и вообще в целом IT, безусловно, найдет своих работников, найдет ровно те, кому это будет интересно, кто этим будет заниматься. Безусловно, такой рост внимания к подготовке кадров, прежде всего в области IT, он заметен, и этому уделяют огромное внимание и Министерство науки и высшего образования, и правительство, и, в частности, курирующий вице-премьер, хорошие слова, которые мы сегодня услышали, и я думаю, что они являются вдохновляющими для большинства из присутствующих здесь. Ну, так, если по цифрам посмотреть, то с 2019 года по 2021, если взять вот такой отрезок времени, то количество студентов, которые обучались на направлении IT, увеличилось больше, чем в 50 тысяч раз. Это существенный рост, практически это 11%. Что касается Плехановского университета, у нас по направлению IT обучается более 1850 человек, и по сравнению с предыдущим годом у нас тоже произошло увеличение такого рода ребят, которые хотят получить эту профессию, на 400 человек, а это 27%. То есть вот такие цифры показывают, что, безусловно, для нас нет преград в части достижения какого-то или компенсации кадрового, ну, не будем называть, так сказать, ну, недостатка, некоторого недостатка. Вот. Я считаю, что мы абсолютно, у нас есть потенциал для того, чтобы компенсировать. Поэтому мы должны, конечно, концентрироваться, вот тоже была интересная дискуссия, мы должны, конечно, концентрироваться на тех областях, где формируется новый смысл, новые идеи, новые технологии. Это, конечно, междисциплинарность. И, безусловно, конечно, вот в эту область надо идти, надо в части подготовки студентов, специалистов. Для нас очень важно, чтобы, скажем так, вот в области междисциплинарности как раз формировался вот тот вот технологический кулак, который потом нам позволит, собственно, двигаться вперед. Если тоже проанализировать, ну, в качестве примера, мы являемся экономическим вузом, соответственно, возьмем просто для примера сферу, банковскую сферу, то, соответственно, у нас порядка ежегодно количество инвестиций, которые банки вкладывают в IT-сферу, увеличивается порядка на 11-15%. И если взять на период 2021 год, то инвестиции составили более 1,5 триллиона рублей. Это огромная сумма. Я думаю, что есть тенденция к тому, чтобы данные инвестиции росли. Поэтому нам, конечно, надо удовлетворить этот спрос со стороны реального сектора экономики. И, безусловно, мы этот спрос будем формировать и не без участия реального сектора экономики и предприятий, которых мы приглашаем на площадку Плехановского университета через создание лабораторий, базовых кафедр и участие в наших двух технических школах: Высшая школа кибертехнологий, математики и статистики, Высшая инженерная школа нового материала, новой технологии. Я думаю, что задача, которую ставят перед нами президент и правительство, нам под силам, тем более с такими ребятами, которые присутствуют здесь. А у нас студенты самые лучшие. Спасибо.
Сессия, я хотела бы проверить, Григорий Валерьевич присутствует у нас на связи или нет? Как это проверить? Здравствуйте. Мы вас видим, очень рады. Мы сейчас говорим про технологический суверенитет. Я знаю, что над этим очень сильно работаете, какие преграды перед вами стоят, тем более, что мы сейчас живем, как уже сказали, не самое простое время.
Можно говорить, я бы лучше начал свое выступление с того, чтобы немножко раскрыть тематику форума в части платформ. Дело в том, что столкнувшись с необходимостью импортозамещения, перехода на отечественный ПО, перехода на более эффективные процессы, перехода к цифровизации, правительство уже не первый год реализует проект по созданию единой цифровой платформы, которая называется «Госпек». По сути, это будет некая такая огромная платформа, на которой все госорганы смогут реализовывать свои информационные системы а соответственно и производить данную информацию, которая в том числе станет основой для обучения моделей искусственного интеллекта. И важно отметить, что проект, который был запущен, он в прошлом году прошел пилотную апробацию успешно. В этом году более 13 федеральных органов власти свои системы будут на эту платформу переносить. Это означает, что количество унифицированных систем, а значит впоследствии данных, доступных для принятия эффективных решений в области госуправления, а также применения более совершенных продвинутых алгоритмов принятия решений, обработки информации. В планах еще более 40 органов власти, большая региональная программа. Все это означает, что вот в нашей области, в госуправлении, платформы, движение в сторону унификации, стандартизации, повторного использования, повышения эффективности, снижения затрат на эксплуатацию, одновременно дает возможность получить доступ к большому количеству информации. Таким образом, мы начинаем формировать не просто единую цифровую платформу для госуправления, но еще на самом деле некий единый, огромный пул информации, данных, которые тоже, будучи заключены в единой цифровой платформе, станут более доступными, станут более качественными и пригодными для перехода на модель управления, в которой большинство решений принимается на основе фактических цифровых данных. Это, вот Иван Васильевич вначале упомянул послание президента в своем вступительном слове. Помимо всего прочего, он также поручил переходить на принятие решений на основе данных в рамках тех поручений, которые были сформулированы. И, собственно, создание такой платформы и является большим шагом на пути к построению подобного рода системы и процессов. Если говорить уже дальше, следующим шагом по данным, потому что я уверен, Оксана Михайловна по посту гораздо больше интереснее расскажет, то вчера состоялось первое публичное слушание политики по управлению данными областей. Это вот, меня коллеги на вчерашнем слушании поправили, это не первый подход к снаряду, а кажется уже пятый, но это первый успешный подход к тому, чтобы систематизировать работу с информацией. После принятия этой политики мы будем работать уже что по хронологии выйдут они чуть позже под стандартами по управлению данными. Что это нам даст? Это нам даст возможность в рамках хотя бы госуправления научиться делать данные максимально доступными, максимально качественными, максимально актуальными, максимально защищенными, безопасными, относиться к данным как к активу государства с тем, чтобы достигать тех целей, которые перед нами стоят. А цели простые. Это, во-первых, повышение качества государственных цифровых услуг. Понятно, что все, что замечательно мы видим на нашем портале госуслуг, на своей основе имеет очень сложное межведомственное взаимодействие в части обмена информацией. Это заключено в большое количество технологических систем, а также процессов, которые в том числе регулируются и будут регулироваться текущей политикой и стандартами. Мы работаем в направлении того, чтобы максимально количество услуг предоставлялось гражданам в цифровом виде, чтобы стабильность предоставления, качество постоянно росло, чтобы создание новых услуг, как федеральных, так и региональных, стоило все меньше и занимало все меньше времени. И это все благодаря тому, что появляется возможность на единой платформе, по единым правилам работать с данными и с информацией. Второй очень важный аспект, который я уже упомянул, это принятие государственных решений на основе данных. И здесь мы идем в направлении создания единой фабрики данных, некого инструмента, который позволит производить полезные сведения, отчеты, справки для принятия управленческих решений внутри госаппарата, что в свою очередь максимально приближает нас к достижению цели в части перехода на управление на основе фактических цифровых данных. Третья, немаловажная часть, здесь я уже перехожу в область, связанную с искусственным интеллектом. Очевидно, что для того, чтобы развивались автоматизированные системы, системы на базе искусственного интеллекта, необходимы очень качественные, большие, разнообразные данные, которые и являются продуктом вот этих самых преобразований, технологий, платформ, которые мы сейчас разрабатываем и внедряем. Благодаря тому, что данные будут, во-первых, в большем объеме, в большем качестве, на их основе можно будет создавать датасеты для обучения искусственному интеллекту. И совместно мы совместно с правительством реализуем программы по созданию набора данных для обучения искусственного интеллекта. Мы готовы финансировать до 40 новых датасетов в год, которые могли бы быть полезны научному сообществу, студентам, бизнесу в рамках наших федеральных проектов, тем, чтобы, например, какие-то органы власти, обладая определенным массивом интересной информации, могли получить финансирование на то, чтобы создать из этого полезный набор данных, который впоследствии может быть использован для создания либо новых цифровых продуктов, либо даже новых алгоритмов машинного обучения и искусственного интеллекта. Считаю, что, опять же, вопрос, который был вначале поднят, связанный с кадрами, он также крайне важен. Приветствую всех участников форума, надеюсь, он будет полезным. И, выйдя из него с какими-то новыми идеями, вы сможете в рамках своей деятельности, учебы, работы максимально получить необходимую вам информацию, квалификацию, с тем, чтобы впоследствии, возможно, присоединиться к этому замечательному движению по развитию нашего технологического развития и созданию систем, в том числе на базе искусственного интеллекта. На этом, наверное, остановлюсь. Большое спасибо.
Благодарим вас, Григорий Валерьевич, за такое прекрасное выступление. Видите, цифровые технологии помогли сэкономить время замминистра, чтобы он занимался более насущными вопросами. Но я хотела бы перейти к Арктике и Дальнему Востоку, несмотря на то, что в Центральной России принято думать, что лучше развивается, и действительно много лет развивалась, гораздо лучше, чем Дальний Восток и Арктика, но пришло время и Дальнего Востока. Как цифровые технологии помогают вообще в этом развитии? Вы ощущаете, что некоторые процессы действительно становятся быстрее, интереснее, лучше? Слово передаю вам.
Спасибо большое, Ирина, Иван Васильевич, дорогие друзья, коллеги. Так слышно меня? Да. Трудно всегда выступать после больших начальников и специалистов в области цифровой трансформации. Кстати, новости технологического развития. Да, то есть у меня вчера вместе с моей пламенной речью здесь сгорел компьютер. Поэтому я прошу снисходительно ко мне отнестись сразу с точки зрения моей речи и, может быть, сделать, так сказать, дисконт небольшой. И вообще про технологии разговаривая, это, конечно, особенная вещь, и здесь можно бесконечно потратить время в дискуссиях по пользе и насколько она влияет на нашу жизнь. Тем не менее, прежде всего, для меня большая честь здесь быть, выступать на форуме, приуроченному ко дню рождения Великого университета. И я от лица министра хочу поздравить вас с этими знаменательными событиями и, так сказать, от всего сердца пожелать вам достижения всех задуманных результатов. Выпускниками университета в разные времена были великие ученые, государственные, общественные деятели, конечно же, предпринимателями. И судя по тому, как сюда стремятся поступить абитуриенты и быть частью университета, по мероприятиям, которые устраивает университет, у вас дела идут блестящие. Я надеюсь о том, что вам будет сопутствовать успех и удача на вашем пути. Желаю вам этого прежде всего. Мое короткое выступление будет посвящено, как сказала Ирина, развитию Дальнего Востока и Арктики. Это наша стезя. Она не менее тяжела, чем развитие технологий. Вы знаете, что развитие Дальнего Востока и Арктики является приоритетными задачами для страны. В этих целях была президентом и правительством создана специальная система государственного управления развитием Дальнего Востока и Арктики, которая включает в себя заместителя председателя правительства, полномочного представителя президента в Дальневосточном федеральном округе, министерство, которое я представляю, и еще институт развития. Раньше это было 3 института развития, сейчас он представляет в одном едином, и есть у нас такой институт восточного планирования, государственного планирования. Прообраз, скажем так, такого цифрового госплана, который нам необходим так. Благодаря функционированию этой системы государственного управления была создана уникальная правовая база, которая сейчас насчитывает более 70 нормативно-правовых актов законодательного характера и более 400 подзаконных актов. И на основе этих актов созданы уникальные, опять же, преференциальные режимы. Наверное, вы знаете о многих их. Это территория опережающего развития, свободный порт Владивосток, арктическая зона Российской Федерации и последний из которых является особый режим на Курильских островах. Благодаря этому на территории Дальнего Востока и Арктики в настоящее время реализуется более 3300 инвестиционных проектов, на сумму свыше 8 триллионов рублей. Уже сейчас резидентами и участниками этих проектов вложено в свои проекты более 3 триллионов рублей. Создано 14 тысяч новых рабочих мест и более 130 новых предприятий. Лидирующими отраслями, безусловно, для Дальнего Востока, это не секрет, особенно в экономическом вузе, являются базовые отрасли. Это горнорудная промышленность, это логистика, транспорт, нефтегазохимия, энергетика. Тем не менее, у нас активно развивается и туризм. И практика показывает, что новые предприятия создаются на новых технологических принципах, включающих в себя не только новые образцы техники, технологий, но и стремятся к максимальной цифровизации и оптимизации процессом управления бизнесом. Для Дальнего Востока и Арктики это не только дань времени, но и вопрос реальной экономики, который характеризуется дефицитом человеческого капитала, дороговизной создания жилой, коммунальной и другой инфраструктуры, необходимой для соответствующих проектов. Но преференциальные режимы, о которых я говорил, они создают прямую возможность для не только выровнять экономические условия для старта проектов и ведения бизнеса, но и условия для технологического развития компаний. Так сказать, быть на этом забеге, на этом марафонском пути более конкурентным. Следует также сказать, что в Приморском крае также успешно функционируют еще 2
не менее интересных правовых режима. Это специальный административный район на острове Русский, и есть еще научно-технологический центр, опять же, на острове Русский, который, в общем-то, является у нас как раз базой технологического развития для коммерциализации и технологий, связанных с компьютерами и совсем новым искусственным интеллектом. Неправильно будет, конечно, не сказать ни о нашей политике и социальной политике. Прежде всего, она направлена на формирование и учет интересов граждан, проживающих на Дальнем Востоке, в Арктике. И она реализуется у нас во всех стратегических программных документах государства, а прежде всего это государственные программы и национальные проекты. Отмечу также о том, что об успешности программы Дальневосточного гектара вы все здесь сидящие могут буквально здесь получить участок на Дальнем Востоке. Не выходя никуда, собственно говоря, из этого зала. Поэтому, пока я здесь заканчиваю свое выступление, вы можете это, в общем-то, сделать. И призываю вас об этом получить дальневосточный гектар и успешно его реализовать. Уже это сделали 111 тысяч человек. Сейчас как раз 5 лет программе, и она, в общем-то, показывает свои результаты. Недавно мы распространили на эту программу Арктический регион. Все смеялись, говорили о том, что полезная программа оказалась. Более того, у нас гектар, она позволяет очень быстро брать земельный участок, использовать не только для целей поэтому на самом деле проектов, которые в Арктике, они связаны с туристическими, это северное сияние, какие-то мини-комплексы, поэтому если вам съездить со мной, вы увидите о том, что является как раз участниками этой программы. Несколько слов еще о том, что, безусловно, у нас для технологического развития мы тоже уделяем строить Трутнев, и все правительство уделяет большое внимание созданию новых технологий, и я, как уже сказал, для нас это не дань времени, а, в общем-то, вам, экономистам, прекрасно известно, что такие сложности есть на Дальнем Востоке, и, безусловно, без современного вовлечения технологий мы будем неконкурентны. У нас есть специально созданный компанией Интерос, совместно с компанией Интерос, фонд «Восход технологический», который, в общем-то, инвестирует как раз в стартапы и там, где необходимо венчурное финансирование. И сейчас уже этот фонд набрал таких проектов, он начал действовать с 2021 года, с конца, набрал уже проектов на 2 миллиарда рублей. Что еще хотел бы сказать? Из всего того, что осталось у меня от речи, очень важно, но тоже это можно же проверить и сейчас. Мы, опять же, находимся на острие, что называется, технологичных проектов. И у нас корпорация развития Дальнего Востока закончила работу над инвестиционной картой, которую вы также можете посмотреть сейчас в соответствующих средствах, что на планшете, что на компьютере. Она помогает человеку, инвестору выбрать площадку, посмотреть на ресурсы и, так сказать, быть сведущим о тех инвестиционных решениях, помочь ему в тех инвестиционных решениях, которые ему необходимо принять. Я напомню о том, что у нас есть преференциальные режимы, и все остальное это 22 площадки по разным территориям страны, свободный порт, который там в Австрии, очень большое место. Арктическая зона, напомню вас, это вся арктическая зона у нас является льготируемой. И не занимая, чтобы больше ваше времени на Дальний Восток, ну, хочется сказать о том, что все, что мы сделали, безусловно, нас не удовлетворяет. И, конечно же, мы постоянно находимся в поиске лучших решений. Мы очень надеемся на выпускников Плехановского университета. И приходите к нам работать.
приезжайте в организации, которые связаны с Дальним Востоком, с Арктикой. И хочется о том, чтобы ваш профессионализм, ваш опыт пригодился на этих национальных приоритетах. И хочу сказать, что с большим удовольствием мы сюда пришли. Спасибо большое Ивану Васильевичу за приглашение. Всегда рады с вами общаться. Благодарим вас. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо. Мы уже не раз здесь произносили о том, что Владимир Путин говорит о том, что нашей стране необходим технологический суверенитет, и здесь присутствует вице-президент по технологическому развитию экосистемы ПАО «Сбербанк» Оксана Михайловна Смирнова-Крель. И, конечно же, к вам вопрос. В существующих условиях, насколько мы можем его сохранить, этот суверенитет, и дальше развиваться в своем направлении, потому что я читала о том, что нам придется исходить из собственных разработок, надеяться на собственный путь, потому что уже технологий западных у нас не будет.
Добрый день, спасибо за вопрос. Ну, если смотреть в целом, как развиваются технологии, то скорость, с которой они проникают во все области, получают призвание, достаточно высока. Netflix потребовалось примерно 3,5 года, чтобы достичь своего миллионного пользователя. ChatGPT-3 получил своего миллионного пользователя через 5 дней после своего появления на рынке. Сбер, в принципе, крупнейшая технологическая, прежде всего, компания, которая давно верит, что именно развитие технологий позволяет создавать лучшие сервисы для клиентов, для клиентского обслуживания на основе знаний для клиентов. Поэтому еще в 2016 году Сбер запустил программу технологической трансформации и создания своей собственной технологической платформы. Более 3 лет мы уже эксплуатируем нашу технологическую платформу Plenary, которую мы анонсировали 3 года назад официально для всего рынка. На сегодняшний момент, если посмотреть с точки зрения объема, что мы процессируем на своей платформе, это 6 тысяч миллионов различных операций в секунду, более 60 миллионов карт, которые мы перевели на платформу, 38 миллиардов событий фрод-мониторинга мы ежедневно отрабатываем на нашей платформе. Мы сократили скорость вывода наших продуктов благодаря нашему собственному технологическому стеку. И на сегодняшний момент для искусственного интеллекта мы предлагаем решение, которое объединяет в себе 2 мощных суперкомпьютера Christofari и Christofari Neo. Это 1700 узлов на сегодняшний момент времени. Для нас это стало возможностью полностью уйти от западных программных решений и заместить часть российских производителей на свой собственный технологический стек, полностью импортозамещенный и сертифицированный в Австеке в конце прошлого года. Наша платформа, если говорить о компонентах, которые в нее входят, это все сервисы облачной платформы, это общие технологические сервисы и большой широкий спектр продуктов для работы с данными. Здесь мы предлагаем рынку достаточно широкий спектр во всех направлениях, которые необходимы для решения задач искусственного интеллекта. Прежде всего, это наше решение системы контроля и качества данных, это технологии, инструменты интеграции и трансформации данных, вся широкая линейка СУБД, которая требуется для таких задач. Вот наш Панголин как традиционная реляционная система, наша система DataGrid для системы распределенной обработки данных в оперативной памяти, массивно-параллельная система управления данными GreenPlan и Hadoop для распределенных систем хранения и обработки данных любых форматов. При этом из облака доступен наш сервис разработки собственных моделей MLSpace и наши технологии, инструменты визуализации и анализа данных. Именно на базе этих инструментов Сбер для себя создал ряд AI-платформ, таких как платформа обработки естественного языка, сервисы синтеза и распознавания речи, всем известен наш ассистент Салют, наша рекомендательная платформа, рекламная платформа, и наши биометрические платформы и так далее. Дам один из примеров, как мы применяем это в конкретных областях. Биометрические технологии Сбера на сегодня – это 36 миллионов клиентов, которые ими пользуются. МАУ нашей биометрической платформы более 2,6 миллионов клиентов, кто использует ее. Мы применяем всевозможные виды биометрии для аутентификации клиентов при различных операциях. Это могут быть платежи, Это подтверждение личности, когда клиент в дистанционных каналах обслуживается. Это обслуживание без документов в отделениях. И это обслуживание клиентов в колл-центре, где мы повышаем и качество обслуживания, и скорость отработки типовых клиентских запросов, используя наш ассистент, чат-боты и аутентификацию клиента по голосу. Наша платформа сегодня – это не только облачная платформа SmartBio, доступная в облаке Сбера. Это наш биометрический SDK, который умеет работать на устройствах стоимостью до $100. Это наше решение, которое компания ЦРТ предлагает в медицине, как Smart Speech. Мы полностью заменили внутри себя технологии NICE и Веринта на наши решения для контактных центров, предлагаемые рынку. И технологии безопасного города точно так же строятся на биометрической платформе Сбера. При этом мы активно сотрудничаем на сегодняшний момент с коллегами, развивающими единую биометрическую систему, вместе с ними отрабатывая те продукты, которые будут предлагаться всем участникам рынка в этом направлении. Сегодня несколько раз упоминалась платформа Гостеха. В прошлом году, в декабре, мы завершили эксперимент по созданию и развитию единой цифровой платформы Гостех, в основе которого и легла цифровая платформа Сбера, полностью импортозамещенная и в декабре прошлого года аттестованная в Австек по требованию К1 УЗ-1, где мы готовы, подтверждаем возможность переводить уже государственные информационные системы и работать с персональными данными по самому высокому классу защиты. При этом Сбер на сегодняшний момент времени открыт для всех желающих научиться работать с нашей платформой. Школа 21, Bootcamp, услуги архитектурного консалтинга. Мы предлагаем интеграторов, разработчиков, студентов приходить к нам, повышать свое образование, учиться работать на нашей платформе, чтобы действительно можно было тиражировать российские технологии и идти в сторону полного импортозамещения на нашем технологическом стеке.
Спасибо большое, как интересно. Давайте поаплодируем. А теперь вот вы приглашаете студентов, то есть вы абсолютно готовы к тому, чтобы вот эти прорывные технологии внедрять уже в момент обучения, так?
Абсолютно так. И мы приглашаем к себе студентов и открыты для обучения Сберуниверситет, Школа 21, Bootcamp. При этом мы сотрудничаем со многими вузами и смотрим в этом направлении активно.
Благодарю. И у меня в связи с этим вопрос уже к Максиму Альбертовичу Фатееву. Российский бизнес, он также готов? Все так готовы делиться технологиями, потому что мы видим, как быстро они развиваются, и порой университеты не успевают за этими технологиями, чтобы обучить своих студентов.
Спасибо за вопрос. Добрый день, уважаемые друзья и коллеги. Я сначала хотел бы поблагодарить родной для меня Плехановский университет за то, что вот 5-й раз торгово-промышленная палата имеет возможность встречаться с вами по таким вот важным вопросам на этой замечательной площадке, исторической площадке. И говоря о бизнесе, как о заказчике цифровых решений, в том числе решений на основе технологий искусственного интеллекта, необходимо отметить, что наш отечественный заказчик, особенно, конечно, это касается крупного российского бизнеса, он весьма искушен. Но почему крупный бизнес весьма искушен и требователен, это понятно. Есть технологические, кадровые, финансовые, в конце концов, возможности. Но могу сказать, что и средний и малый бизнес к нему подтягивается в плане своих требований. Причины данного поведения весьма понятны. Это успешная цифровая трансформация сектора государственных услуг для бизнеса, которая прошла буквально за последние несколько лет. Одни из лучших, вот по моему мнению, да, это цифровые банковские услуги для бизнеса. Это несомненно. А также значительное число цифровых отечественных сервисов, без которых жизнь любого российского бизнесмена, любого российского предпринимателя, что называется, уже не будет прежней. Все, что мы сейчас видим, это результат реализации концепции государства как платформы, в центре которой находятся сами данные. Отечественный бизнес действительно готов работать с технологиями искусственного интеллекта. Российские специалисты такие решения готовы создавать. Конечно, главное, на наш взгляд, это объединить, как всегда, надо объединить усилия, добавить участие, уже немалое участие государства, банковских учреждений уже как источник инвестиций. Мы проанализировали перечень поручений президента Российской Федерации Владимира Владимировича Путина по итогам
состоявшейся в ноябре прошлого года конференции «Путешествие в мир искусственного интеллекта». 23-24 ноября, если мне память не изменяет, она прошла. Мы понимаем, что интересы всех сторон совпадают абсолютно. Абсолютно беспрецедентное по отраслевому охвату 32 поручения президента переводят технологии искусственного интеллекта в приоритет. И, на наш взгляд, это свидетельствует не только о векторе развития, но и о технологической и интеллектуальной готовности нашей страны. Производственный бизнес, кстати, давно говорил о необходимости развития отечественной промышленной робототехники и необходимой государственной поддержки.
Also, we need the support of the state of this direction. So we are waiting for this project, and we think that it will be confirmed up to July of 2021. So it will allow to then approve of the Russian robots and then to bring the development to the new level. I will give you an example of the scale and of the causative relations. There was several countries of the North America, big countries, industrial developed countries, that ordered more than 40,000 robots. In comparison with 2021, the increase of this order was by more than 11%. We tried to analyze why, because it was very difficult to find the workers and to hire the workers. To buy the robot was easier than to find the worker for unprofessional labor, for certain specialties that are not paid well. People don't want to go there and to work there. And we think that implementation of the federal project will allow to intensify the projects in Russia with very high rate. Separately, it's necessary to mention that we need to stimulate the implementation of the Russian business and technologies of the intelligence. So we need to work with the small and middle business who do not always understand the practical use and who do not give the effect because of the implementation of these solutions and cooperation with the creators. But any industry, it is actually a site for the test that can be used by the regional teams and startups. At the same time, these companies can be also the suppliers of the data and the key unit of the process of digital transformation and the creation of the solution basing on the technologies of artificial intelligence. The president asked us to form the open databases, data sets that were mentioned today, unpersonalized medical for patients, to use them for the artificial intelligence in the healthcare. Our task is to accumulate them and to bring this unpersonalized data to develop the artificial intelligence in the sphere of the real sector of the economy. This unpersonalized data, how companies were developed, what problems it had, it can solve a lot for the business in the country, and that the employment will develop better. Because we don't have the necessary personnel and we don't have enough personnel for the information security. So the business is afraid of the technologies based on the artificial intelligence. The community of the entrepreneurs, Ministry of the Industry and Trade can become the main trigger of the innovation, and they can explain the reasons for this innovation. We need to have good, profitable content from the authorities and from the key players. We are ready to work with the entrepreneurs in this sphere, and we think that it's necessary to use the regional infrastructure, all the support of entrepreneurs. And together we can get rid of these fears. As an example, the main concern of a certain group of entrepreneurs, especially at the regional level, is the revolution that we have now of the generative artificial intelligence. when the word of bill redactors and copywriters is replaced by the artificial intelligence can generate graphics, text, and the program code. Yes, it is not perfect, but we can see quite a high progress in the sphere. The generative networks, yes, they can give concern, but they can work only when we have the good quality task, and the task is set by a person, and the person is the head of it. That's why we think that in university they have to educate then specialists for these conditions who can use not only the basics of the profession but also they should be prepared that the artificial intelligence will do the routine work and the person with intelligence with the development will set a task and will solve the uh, some non-standard creative cases. So in this case the development of artificial intelligence will not shorten the market of employment, but it will transform it. It will cause the appearance of specialists of the higher level that are educated in Plekhanov University. I just wanted to say that artificial intelligence and IT technologies will then take work from many people, but our speakers say no. So let's speak about one more sphere. We are proud of our tech and we think that the costs of energies are actually one of the highest. Yes, I want to go to you, to Alexei. Could you tell us, please, the access to the technological development, how can it help you to solve the problems of the competitiveness? So I can tell you that if we don't have the access to the technological development, to the technological information, competitive development of technological sovereignty are not possible. I will try to develop these statements now, but before I answer your question, I would like to say thank you to Ivan Lobanov for the possibility to participate in this great and very creative forum. So it's really very creative. And I would like to use the opportunity and to congratulate the head and the students of Plekhanov University with the beautiful data. So I would like to wish them the creative development in all the initiatives. So for us, as for the Russian Energetic Agency, when we become the strategic partner of Plekhanov University, so for us it will be a big honor. When I answer the question, I would like to say the following. So now it's not a secret that the energetic complex as a big user of the modern technologies. So as the experts say, the cost for fuel and energy complex will increase by 13 times and it will stimulate the development of IT industry. In December 2023, the government of Russia confirmed the strategic direction of the transformation fuel and energy complex. It includes the big data, neurotechnologies, artificial intelligence, components of robotics and sensories. So the connection for the fuel and energy and the artificial intelligence is a new format and a new approach to manage the work. We can say that in the recent years we have big changes and these transformations very fast. So nowadays the entrepreneurs and the companies of the fuel complex work with intellectual career, intellectual whole, intellectual connections, digital twins, and they program complex to model the energetic regimes and many other things. But I need to say a few words that to implement innovations, we need to solve not only economic but also administrative barriers because we sometimes don't have the normative regulations nowadays from the technological point of view. We can use the robots to control the condition of the line of the electric systems. Robots can be used in carriers to when they mine the coal, and the algorithms of artificial intelligence can predict when it's necessary to repair the electric station.
But unfortunately, the current regulation doesn't make it possible to apply these solutions at all times. In order to implement digital solutions, first of all, we have to assess the efficiency and update the law regulation system. So we have such an opportunity at legal level, thanks to the Institute of Legal Regulations that makes it possible to temporarily install special or implement special legal norms, and that helps to remove administrative barriers and apply contemporary digital solutions. If we talk why energy sector is being transformed so fast, well, we should say that, well, first of all, we all know that we have a joke in energy sector that unfortunately today we are not able to accumulate electricity in bucket, and therefore there are no solutions of today that make us that make it possible to use electricity that is generated at the moment. So therefore, I share such examples as basic things that show that without a digital transformation, development of energetic sector is quite impossible. We see a very fast development of a number of integrated projects. There are new phenomena like prosumers, when an object is not only a consumer of energy, but at the same time it's a supply of energy. For example, by the Russian law system, any household keeper can install at home a solar panel, let's say, or wind panel, and within the daytime he can consume energy for his own needs and to share that energy at night. So it's very convenient. Also, there are new aggregators of demand, and their collaboration in the unified energetic system is impossible without digital technologies. In this regard, we should understand that any digital transformation is based on information, on data, and understanding which data are stored at which place is crucial. Russian Energetic Agency, as a generator of scientific information, is being actively engaged in developing a unified digital space. We have finished a number of projects aimed at establishing infrastructure for the ontological data model in the fuel complex. We also are developing requirements for the certain data, and we also work on processing statistics in the energetic complex. Russian Energetic Agency is yes is an agency that is a regional center of energetic statistics. We develop also a manual of energy statistics. This is a document badly needed in many spheres, in a number of industries of power energy, and we certainly need to share that experience not only at national but international level as well. So this document will provide basic terms, definitions, and so on. Today, we are carrying out this job together with our international partners. And for example, centers of energy from Asian countries. And certainly this approach would be implemented in Euro-Asian region as well. You will be surprised, but we don't have an approved or confirmed term of the oil. And even in Russia, each company can regard the term oil differently. And when we talk about the oil refined products, well, then we talk about hundreds of things. Therefore, this work is very important today. And in order to create a unified term catalog and work on its basis, access to such information, technological information, is one of the key things of the successful economy in future. And in this regard, the Russian Energetic Agency is a unique thing. It was established more than 50 years ago. It was established by Rosinformresource. And today we carry out the full cycle of operating data, information, and in other words, we are unified informational complex and a structural element of analytical provision of sustainable energetic developments. Within our history, our agency has acquired lots of data. And today we represent a very unique platform for players of the market that could use it in order to place their various data. So we have a special fund and library of patents, technical requirements, technical reviews, scientific reviews, and technological, maturity of technological progress, projects, and so on. Last year, we developed the concept of modernization of databases in order to establish a digital platform to process, to collect, process, and distribute technological information based on customer demand. We want to establish, a point of use that will help to collect information on what's going on in the regions. Today, we already have certain integration with database of scientific developments, and therefore adding information there on developments that are being carried out in the power sector, we can have a unique pool of data that is extremely important and useful for many regions. Thank you very much, Alexei. I would like to say thank you to all our speakers because we continue our plenary session. And now I would like to offer new participants, as we have quite many issues. You know, your applause does not sound quite thunderous. Let's demonstrate more emotions. So many interesting things have been shared with you today. So you have been invited to Sberbank, to Far East. So let's give thunderous applause to our speakers. So now we are waiting for new speakers, but we continue our conversation. So I suggest that you stay with us, even though if some of you have lectures and so on, perhaps you wouldn't be able to stay with us longer, but nevertheless, I hope that actually we had a very short break, so do not leave us. We are going to continue shortly. Dear colleagues, dear students, take your seats, take your comfortable seats. A lots of interesting things wait for you ahead. So dear colleagues that have left, just please get back. This is a new format of holding this forum. Speakers are going to come back and forth. Therefore, colleagues, get back to your seats at your working places and listen to it attentively. Listen to our magnificent speakers, Irina, the head of you. So don't have such authority as Ivan Vasilievich. Thank you very much for helping me handling it out. Now I would like to invite the rector of the Moscow Urban University, Vasily Pibesky, rector of University 2035, Vasily Medvedev, director of Department of Strategic Development of Economic Development of Valeria Alexeyevna Vorobyova. Also, we are waiting director of development of Vladimir Alexander Voloshin, director of the Digital Economy Development Department of the Ministry of Economic Development of the Russian Federation, and also Valery Evgenievich Frolov. Oh, thunderous explodes! I love it. So have you started here? Okay, shall we get started? And one more guest. I also would like to give the floor Nikolai Barukov. We've been waiting for you a bit earlier, but thank you very much for that. So you study in Moscow, and you know that last year representatives of United Nations said that Moscow held first rank regarding development of urban developments. And talking about infrastructure development, the city of Moscow got the first, overcoming Hong Kong and Paris. I believe this is a very high rank. So, and we had very strong competitors. So let's talk about digital development, how important it is in order to optimize urban infrastructure. Colleagues, I'm going to share with you my presentation. We have a clicker. So, joining this forum, I will now talk about more practical cases. I can say that artificial intelligence is great and we certainly apply it in many fields, but without infrastructure, all our technologies will go in vain and could not be employed. So certainly Moscow is developing infrastructure at a very dynamic pace. You know that we have the fastest and most accessible internets in Europe. We are still among the leaders in terms of our video surveillance network in number of meters. And such infrastructure makes it possible to respond in a very fast manner in order to optimize our digital landscape. We started to move from the local systems into one unified solution, and today our system acts as a unified landscape that makes it possible to link new solutions, digital tools in it, and it certainly works as a very handy thing. I hope that such result of such management can be seen by you. So we don't really see it. So I will give you the clicker so that you share with us your slides. Well, thank you very much, colleagues. I am pretty sure that it's going to be very interesting. So the clicker is not. May I say next slide and then? Okay, why not? Okay, next slide. So also, I can say that in our digital landscape, there are more than 4,000 organizations. Think about the number of people, more than 100,000 people contribute in this significant result. So all the efforts are brought together, and that makes it possible to make daily solutions that improve everyday life of our city. And that all wouldn't be possible without human resource experts. Today, I, as a representative of a surveillance body, can say that more than 50% of our employees understand. They have digital IT competencies. They do understand how to work with digital tools, and that actually is fundamental for this work. So if you want to use a big data experience knowledge that is already accessible, if you want to apply it in order to understand where we are moving, what direction we are moving, it is important to have such competencies. So next slide. We tried to we wanted to show you one example. Digital system of procurement of the city of Moscow that engage digital trade sites and so on. So you see that it offers a number of digital solutions that can be applied not only in the city of Moscow, but it also works for our supplies. All that infrastructure aims at one simple thing: to make a procurement, to make it in the most efficient way. And such landscape makes it possible to save up to 15% of our costs annually. And we talk about budget of Moscow. It's 2.3 trillion rubles. So only due to digital technologies, we save we save good money that could be used for the city, for the capital's needs. In our system, users use about 1.5 million operations. Certainly, we have further plans to develop it, to make it better. Together with our colleagues at the federal level, at trade platforms, we try to develop external services. And in the near future, we want to unite all the processes into one thing in order to make it, to facilitate it in the best possible way. And the infrastructure that we have today enables us to do it. So we have digital interaction between clients and customer and contractors, and that will make procurement a very simple process, just as you do at any digital market. When you choose it, when you choose a product and then buy it and then get it as soon as possible. So it's such procurements will be the procurements will be done in such manner by 2025, but without such digital landscape, it would be quite impossible to achieve. And the last slide I would like to show you. we, using this urban infrastructure, we have implemented electronic receipt of the snow that is being removed from your yards, from your areas, and that helped to save up to 30% of its melting and discarding. And I do hope that snow this year did not face many difficulties in the parking lots of the city. And this is one of the real physical results of applying a city urban platform that helps to speed up and improve efficiency of the urban life. We certainly are looking forward to having new experts, new experts who know how to work with data, with big data, and who know how to implement such solutions in the city management. I can say that we focus on the training of our young people. So looking forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for such an interesting presentation. The students will prove that today's mode of studying is quite different. So we all exchange by links, files, and so on. So therefore, use of digital platforms really help to change the way of studies. So I hope that clicker is going to work, as I would love you to see the presentation. Well, good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will try to be brief, and I will be talking about technologies that we use in Moscow in order to train and develop both students and our workforce, our employees. But to start with, I would like to give you a picture of what is Moscow in terms of management. This is the largest city both in Russia and in Europe. We have a very complicated, sophisticated management system here. And our university serves as the main platform to train for the employees in our city. In our system, there are more than 900,000 people. About 20,000 of them are state employees, and the others work in the budget, healthcare, construction, education, and so on and so forth. Here you see the picture of our services that are used in order to satisfy the demands of the city. Certainly, at the basis, there is a big digital platform that help to solve human resource challenges. You can all see on the screen what is being done, but we provide all steps of the HR cycle, and one of the goal is to collect big data. And one of the direction of our work is HR analytics and applying of various technologies to help leaders of the city in order to recruit new employees. If we talk about education technologies, here you can see the main formats used by our agencies. So we use them both for training the budget employees. They do it annually. About 270,000 people undergo such trainings at the annual level. And also preparing or training employees for the city. We are trying to cover all segments of population. So we work both with school children, students, our students, and from other universities, and as well and getting higher, and also employees of various organizations. So we provide grants in our agency. So looking forward to seeing you there in future. Here, I would like to show you our digital products. So we developed individual digital tracks of development, both for leads and experts, specialists. So and they can be employed by our students as well. What is a digital track? It's a complex program that is devoted to a specific topic, and it includes various formats, remote, offline, mixed blocks, CVR and IR, AR, and it helps to get help from either a tutor or a digital bot. We call it a track because the system itself follows a listener, a trainee, step by step, help to decide various tasks, generate new solutions, and helps, in other words, helps to achieve the ultimate, the initial goal. Our first management track took up to 6 months to achieve. Today, we do it faster. The Russian language was created later. We understand that it's of a very high demand. And then we started to develop management or managerial tracks. As you see, all managerial topics have been covered with our tracks. And thousands of our employees use them for their trainings. This information can be tracked later on our websites. Part of these tracks, they are being served in a pilot mode, and certainly these tracks can be used in order to evaluate potential of the chosen career in our career, in our career academy. Certainly part of this tracks is devoted to creativity and development of skills in unconventional situations. So certainly this topic appeared with the emergence of COVID. We did understand that it's very important to work, to be able to work with information in extreme conditions. Now, a few words about our VR technologies. Certainly, this is quite a young topic, quite a new one. We developed a special VR class and the VR lab. Today, we use both standard VR courses, and also we use VR machines based on the demand of our customers.
And here you can see the line of the evolution of this type of the approach. And then at the end, I will tell you what is Proto Metaverse, and we are testing it now in a pilot mode. Despite we wrote that we will implement it closer to 2026, it will be faster. So this is a prototype of VR class, and here a part of the programs, they almost fully stopped. They're downloaded in VR Scalmet, and they can be used also in the working place. So it's especially important that separate programs can be implemented in the working room, and the working place. So the speed is faster, and in general, then people can learn better. It's important to say that the modern VR trainer, they actually provide very serious analytics and the feedback for our listeners. So if we speak about VR program of the public speaking, then we can model the audience in advance. It can be friendly audience, aggressive audience, indifferent audience. You can then download your presentation, and VR then trainer will mimic the real life. If you will be boring, not interesting, then the virtual listener will take their mobile phones and will yawn and they will stop to understand your information, or they can start to ask uncomfortable questions. So depending on what parameters you want to install at the end of this training apparatus, then the system will give you the full protocol of how you are effective in this public speaking and so on. We have the system of voice recognition and other systems. So this training is very effective when the mayors of the cities are getting prepared with citizens. Here you can see an example of the main VR trainers. We use part of them, and part of them are our own solution. Our intellect. So this is the trainer that we created for those who work in the wedding. We collected all difficult cases then we can have during the wedding ceremony, and we then made this trainer for the marriage registry, and all employees of the marriage registry then should they all go to this program and they all practice on the VR trainer. They are also actively used in other regions of Russia. So we try to share our technologies with other subjects. So we have just 7 minutes left. So thank you. It's a very interesting story. Just 1 minute, I will finish. I promise to speak about the special format that we have now. We have the virtual reality, and we also have the special reality where we model from one hand the digital reality fully, and then we also have the live reality. So as an example, in the virtual reality, we can model some certain room, certain space, and the participants from different countries can be there as avatars. They can discuss any questions in any language without leaving their working place. From our point of view, it's very interesting and perspective format because it can combine the live participation because you do it here and now, and also you can model any situation and any environment for all those people who can be in different points in the world. So I will now finish my speech. Our VR laboratory is always open for creative, talented people. I'm not original, so I also invite you to participate in the development of trainings for the city and the country in general. You can come before the session and then practice to pass an exam. Very important speech, how to develop technology during the economic isolation. And Vadim knows how to answer this question. Dear friends, I have two goals of speaking today in this hall. I don't know what are your goals. So the first goal, I will start with it. I would like to express my honor to you as a team of our university and partner. Plekhanov University is our reliable partner in all directions. I represent University NTE and this foundation. So, dear colleagues, I would like to say thank you for the effective work with you. So, this is one part of my speech, and now the second part of my speech. I think that those who now finish the education period in your life already think about their career, so you're invited. That you should come to us, let's go to the Far East, to the Arctic, or let's stay in Moscow, and each of you can create this trajectory of your development. And when you become the manager, then when I became a manager, I understood that I started to eat at work, talk at work. I even fell in love at work. I just tried not to sleep at work, though sometimes it happened to me. So the speed of life, of the modern life, is that you don't have time to live a normal life. These are the results that can become after this technological situation where we go now. So to support people during this intense work and this information exchange, then we need different ways to support a person in this high rate. So artificial intelligence mechanisms and technologies of the artificial intelligence will be developed and increased in this society. So yes, you are absolutely right. It was the correct choice. It's also important to mention in 2016, the international society discusses the perspectives of the development of artificial intelligence technologies. We also say that 10 million cars that will be driven by the artificial intelligence. And we know Elon Musk, very bright person. In 2019, he said 1 million taxis without drivers. Everyone will be driven by autopilot. But no, it was not implemented. Why? Because there are things that can economically stimulate the process, but there are processes that you need to manage them, but you cannot go forward. That's why I say that you chose the correct vector of your development. 2025, according to the forecast, 30% of medicine, everything that will support the health of the modern person, will be prepared by the artificial intelligence technologies. That's why many states close their developments in these technologies, and we can see it. We speak here not only about Russia, but in general about the international community. There is the flow from the openness in the things to state closeness that supports the sovereign technological opportunities that can allow to provide the necessary quality of life. So that's why we have high risks, and I hope that Ivan is direct supports the situation. I'm his friend, and I try to help you to support these collaborations, these discussions, this business and science, also at the international level. It's important to avoid the restrictions of information exchange in science and research. It's necessary to support this level of communication, international communication. So maybe it's necessary to change the vector of cooperation. So that's why we think that maybe in a year you will tell us how your cooperation in these directions develop in Arab and Emirates, Asian countries. We think that we have high potential here and in the Russian Economic University. So the last thing that I want to say, Chernyshenko's speech today, so he did it specially, and he spoke with the university. Vice Premier, despite he works 24/7, he specially prepared it because the truth is very important for him, our community and what we do. Why is it valuable in the context of my speech? It's very important that if we have some restrictions, that we don't change the course and that we stay this priority. That's why the foundation of NTE and University 2035 will develop this project together with you in a partnership. Thank you. Thank you. We just told that we live at work, all time at work, but the technologies and artificial intelligence should add us these units. Can I leave my avatar? Can I leave? Okay, thank you. So speakers left. I don't want to have empty chairs. Let's invite our next speakers. So the head of the Quantum Center, Konstantin. And Sergei Ternavov, the head of the department in Sechenov University and the head of tomography university in cardiology. Thank you for this nice welcoming. It's always useful for the speaker, especially if he was not prepared with the VR glasses. So let's go back to work. Technologies should save our time. I want to ask Valery, so what do you think? How can the artificial intelligence make us more free and more successful drivers of economic development? Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to welcome you all. Thank you for the invitation. I know that historically the university cooperates with the Ministry of Finance. They usually go to work there, but for me it's a big honor. I also was the employee of the Ministry of Finance, and my colleagues were from your university. So the center topic of the forum was the artificial intelligence, and the ministry can coordinate the implementation of the strategy. And we also have the necessary national project. What we do for it, what we do for the development in Russia. So let's see the key numbers. The market increased by 3 times and it reaches 12 billion rubles. We have several philosophies. We think that the market of IT solutions is the market of purchase and buying when the vendor sells the solutions to implement them in the company. So when it happens, here is the market. And also this approach doesn't include also the internal development. How can we evaluate? So the profit of Sberbank, Ozon, Vkusvil is one of the advanced companies. And regarding the second approach, the market of the artificial intelligence reaches about 500 billion rubles. Now, yes, we try to understand our approach, but we think that there will be an exact understanding. But the trend of implementation of artificial intelligence in our life and in the life of economy is very serious. So now we can see that about 20% can be achieved in some industries, and retail is one of the first here, fintech, and also education. So for me, it was an opening that now proctoring is very actively developed as the computer vision for passing an exam when they then look after the students who take an exam, then with remote technology, they can understand if they copy the work or not. Also, I think that you heard the story when there was the promotion work that was written by the artificial intelligence. But of course, we think there will be solutions that will allow us to implement our competences and not to use the solutions of the artificial intelligence. So we can suppose that the artificial intelligence will reach in 2030 1% of GDP. So nowadays the economic intelligence is about 300 billion rubles. This is not only the profit, also decrease of failures, increase of efficacy, maybe optimization of labor force. It's just the start, and we understand that if we have a more active implementation, we will get this economic effect much faster and it will be much bigger. So this artificial intelligence then now is higher due to our president and his attention to this topic and support. The story with artificial intelligence is very actively promoted. At the end of last year, there was a journey. It's a big conference that is organized by Sberbank and the leader in the sphere of artificial intelligence. So this conference, we have the best solutions. And at the last, we had the column salute. It was also one of very interesting solutions. It was the column very similar to Alisa, but it has another level of artificial intelligence. It's not an advertisement. So this conference of a journey, the president devoted about an hour of his speech to the results that we reached in the recent 3 years, and he gave us a vector how we need to implement the artificial intelligence. So in the second half of the year, we organized the strategic industrial sessions, healthcare, industry, construction, agriculture. It's also one of the advanced industries. It's very interesting. They have very interesting cases, starting from unmanned tractors and finishing with, there is such an interesting case. I'm telling everyone about it. It made a big impression on me. Pigs. When there is the decrease of piglets, so when the piglets are decreased, it can happen that the pig will then press them and they will die. And the eye vision can predict that there is a risk for the piglet, and so we can save this piglet, and then this decrease of 5% can be decreased up to 1-2%. So we can understand we can have more piglets, and it can help our market. So this case is implemented abroad at some agricultural farms, and our companies are also interested in it. And regarding the agricultural technology, we are one of the advanced countries, and it's also a very interesting statement. Those industries where we have more private capital, they are more involved in the implementation of artificial intelligence. So we actively scan the fields with the help of Sputnik, and we check if we can then show if the crop will be sick or not. We need less agri-technology, so we can manage this process with the help of artificial intelligence. During these strategic sessions, we exchange the experience, and we then determined what we can do. According to President Order, we have plans to determine these priority cases, and we had quite a big sample, several thousands, and we took then 70 as short list that will be implemented this year. So we give for them all types of support measures. And we also determined the barriers that we had, and these are not only the regulatory barriers. Those for artificial intelligence, it's a big challenge. We have technological register, normative documents, and they are not even updated at the modern level. We also update the documents, normative documents, to make them more modern, that will allow us to implement the technologies and artificial intelligence. And one of the main problems that we understand is the personnel. In the recent 2 years, we say that we have a great potential because we have a very strong mathematics school in this country, but also these are those personnel who should be used artificial intelligence at the production side, agricultural technologies, but with specific competences. Vladimir left, but he also, so his university with the leading universities, they then developed the programs for the additional education to educate the specialists that we have already, industrial specialists, to educate them technologies of the artificial intelligence. This is also one of the projects that we develop, a very wide spectrum of the measures of support of personnel, starting from school children. It's the Olympics that we do together with the Foundation Talents and Success. We try to find the talents from the whole country. This is the format when you come to Sochi. We have the Olympiad there, and this is for children who have mathematical abilities, and we have support there. We have matched the programs for artificial intelligence, and we also have the program for the additional education. Additional education, then about 700 graduates went to additional education. These were very strong programs. We even thought that maybe we need to soften them a little bit because we had very high demands and we wanted to upscale this artificial intelligence into life. According to the evaluation of experts, by 2030, every company will have artificial intelligence. So before, in 1970s, they could not believe that everyone will have a computer, but now we need to understand we will not be able to live without the artificial intelligence. I think they promised to us the unmanned car, unmanned cars. I think it's a question to my colleague, not to me. But I wanted to say that one of our measures that we implement is the support of the research centers. One of them is now developing one of the solutions of artificial intelligence for unmanned cars. So now you still need to put there your own track to use the unmanned car, but we now try to develop the speech module. I need to go to university and I need to go and buy coffee for takeaway. You can just say it and then the car will calculate the trajectory itself. It's quite a serious solution and it's not just trusted to the artificial intelligence, but it's very close to it. So we try to develop this solution. We hope that in 2034 you cannot just put in the address, but also speak with the car. But we think that this solution will be implemented in 2024. Thank you for your speech. Dear friends in the balcony, I can understand very well. You have your own life there, but be quiet, please. And you wanted to give the floor to your colleague. So let's use this opportunity. So, dear colleagues, I would like to add a few words that ChatGPT just failed to pass the exam and goes to depression. I will not be too much concerned about artificial intelligence. Knowledge is very important. We are waiting for you. Thank you. So our next guest is the Deputy of the Digital Transformation of the Federal State Registration of Cadastre and Cartography, Elena Martinova. She will be online with us. So I don't have anyone else to invite here. Digital technologies give us an opportunity to work online. Sorry for interrupting you. It's okay. Hello, dear colleagues.
Well, thank you very much. In order to implement projects with the use of digital technologies and make sure that they are quite safe, we need to develop a mechanism that will secure all these ingredients. We do understand that there are certain legal forms that take into account all possible situations, and to just develop digital technologies that is certainly associated with certain risk. So therefore, we use a mechanism called experimental legal regimes. If you get more interested in it, you can read the law 250. It was launched last year, and it makes it possible to use in a certain limited area and with the use of the limited number of participants to cancel legal norms in order to implement a pilot project, digital project, and see how viable it is. So we will see how it operates, and then we change the legal norms. So what is it different? How is it different from a number of initiatives we see every year? So let's talk about it. So first of all, it differs by the fact that very often a discovery is stays with its inventor, and it cannot be used, it cannot be scaled up. But when we talk about a change of legal transformation, it's a very long-term thing. In this particular case, the mechanism is developed so that starting from the development of idea up to the change of legal basis, we work together with all regulating bodies such as Ministry of Education, Health, and so on. So we work hand in hand with the businesses in order to make it most efficient. Directions that they can be applied. So you see there are more than 10 of them. The highest potential for the artificial agriculture lies certainly with agriculture, medicine, transportation, and big data. Therefore, here you see the statistics. As I said, last year we launched this mechanism, and within this period we got more than 70 applications. And by many of them, there is a high level of readiness, and for certain applicants, it has been started. So both with transport projects and one project regards medicine. And therefore, more than 40 regions are taking part in it. Also, there is a short pause. Sorry about that. If we could go to next slide, please. Talking about free of charge transport, as we say, there are three approved mode ground transportation. It has been launched together with Yandex. Yandex is a pioneer in many spheres, and previously when we were talking about robots are being moved without any specific mode, so that's it's a format of a legal lacuna. But if we want to launch pilot-free projects, we had to align it with a number of agencies, including police and many other organizations. And we made it. We made it live. And today, such yes, cars can move around Moscow. Another project covers about 40 regions. It has been launched by Sberbank and some other companies. So they use their own tech technologies based on the artificial intelligence, and they try to yes, apply it to both cargo and public transportation. And the latest project regards cargo transportation, and we hope that next summer we'll see the launch of pilot-free trucks in the highway M18. As we talk about pilot-free devices, here there is the highest potential, given that artificial intelligence cannot work without data, and receiving data from such pilots is the most efficient. So we are approaching the point where we will understand how high is the potential of such devices. So we are carrying out test flights, we collect statistics, and we look how legal norms might be changed in the future. But unfortunately, a lot of work, or fortunately, a lot of work is to be done in that regard. Next slide. Here we see Tomsk region. So this project is similar to what I've been talking about. So yes, the pilots devices used in logistics. As for the medicine, the first project was the use of personal medical aids. But at one thing, we can say that such solutions have been implemented in a number of countries, so we are not pioneers in this area, but we are catching up. So this project makes it possible to collect information in online mode to track patients' health, patient status, and together with the Ministry of Health, we are moving forward, and new regions and new nosologies will be included in this project in a very near future. And we actually have made a number of agreements in the telemedicine sphere. Perhaps you even could see that news on TV. So we just published, yes, the project, devoted to the telemedicine. How to get this orders and makes it possible to install such a legal regime. So here you see 5 stages. So we work together with an initiative, and then there is a stage that makes it possible to analyze this technology together with investor, and in future the track goes towards the cooperation with governmental bodies. And when this order is signed, yes, that's the starting point of all work. Today, to develop such orders takes a few months, which certainly is a long term. Well, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, thank you very much. Very brief and very clear. Each product needs some intellectual security, protection, and Valery Evgenievich Flarov will tell us how to provide or achieve such security. Well, dear colleagues, I'm very happy to be here and with this forum. As you see, technological sovereignty, technological leadership is within the focus of the state policy, and intellectual property is one of the drivers of innovation development of the country, and as serves as an indicator of achievements towards towards digital sovereignty. Ross Patent accepts thousands and thousands of applications in various spheres. We analyze them in short period of time in order to provide a comfortable environment for researchers, and that helps to boost innovation growth. Russia today is within 10 lead countries of approving patents, and one of the priorities is to provide favorable legal environments together with the federal with the Ministry of Economic Development. We are developing the roadmap of changing business climate, and a number of changes has already been made in particular in 2022, such as registration of the loan, registration of trademarks. Such changes will take place in a very short time. We also have extended the list of scientific developments and research. So very actively, we've been working in promoting high-tech businesses. Rostec helps to capitalize intellectual achievements of our IT developers. In this regard, we register software for computers. We do it online, and in 2022, 2022 saw a boom in that regard. So the number of applications grows by 20%. There have been registered about 30,000 programs. So why is that important? It is important for public services. And it's also important for commercial organizations, as it's a tool of successful competition. It helps to grow capitalization. It also helps to protect your intellectual rights and get loans and so on. We prioritize on protecting IT solutions. This is a more sophisticated protection of copyrights. So there have been established a special working group, and there with business representatives, we think how to develop business expertise that also will use artificial intelligence. Our organization has already established a very good foundation, such as antivirus protections, quantum technologies, machine training. We are lagging behind in some areas, such as virtualization, network communications of payment terminals. But in 2023, given the high activity in this sector of the market, we believe that technical sovereignty will be achieved. In the top of national applicants, we see our largest technological companies like Sberbank, Laboratoria Kaspersky's, Yandex, technology of regional transformation, of industry transformation, and so on. Sber. So they make it possible to verify, to identify falses. Financial university with technologies of research and property objects, real estate objects. And also a big part of our work is devoted to implementation of our digital transformation of our department. Many representatives of business communities that use high-tech projects could appreciate the convenience of our service, of the service launched by our department last year. It contains more than 150 objects of the patent information, so it facilitates patent search and helps to choose the right direction in scientific research for future. In 2020, Rospatent enjoyed the Codex of Ethics in Artificial Intelligence, which is a part of the federal project, the Artificial Intelligence. So artificial intelligence has been mostly applied in the search of information, such as text search and also visual search. We have developed a number of services that makes it possible recognition of visual pictures, data sets. Such developments help to facilitate our activities, but as well they help to our applicants that themselves can do preliminary research. In certain operations, it is impossible to see activities operations without artificial intelligence. The contribution to this efficacy is extremely high. If previously our experts had to manually analyze albums of visualization, today most of such work is done by artificial intelligence and therefore save up time for most complicated cases. In our operations, artificial intelligence not only help but stimulate us to transform processes. For example, today performing some services, we do understand that we have to change the essence of such service. So we, for example, plan to move to the mechanism of public expertise, so that will help to our applicants to do successful preliminary research. What else could I say? As for artificial intelligence, despite we are going to have it at each corner of our households and lights, so we do understand that as of today it can not replace human resource for 100%, and therefore, as I remember, in 2020 there was a certain degree, presidential degree, to think, shall we recognize results of intellectual activities as the results generated by artificial intelligence? Unfortunately, we can say that that is not certain. This is not future, because it is very important to remember that not only criteria of authority but also criteria of responsibility shall be taken into account. And at the very end, I would like to say that technologies, including artificial intelligence technologies, big data, analytics, have been employed both in commercial and public sectors. Therefore, I encourage all of you to think about opportunities that are represented in the public center. Thank you very much for your great presentation. I should say that we have one more speaker here, Anton Alexeyev. Anton Alexeyev, the floor. General Director of the New Space Corporation, a very interesting speaker, and we certainly will give you the floor in shortly. Well, we do understand that you are all very busy and you cannot stay here for a very long time, but thank you very much for joining us today. Well, dear colleagues, we do not have we have a few more presentations ahead. Alexei Fedorov is here and he wants to run away, but I would like to ask him a question. So Alexei is in charge of quantum analytical technologies that actually made a step even further compared to digital technologies. So I would like to show you a few slides that show how sophisticated these technologies are. So today, I would like to tell you briefly what are quantum technologies. I'm very pleased to be here at the University of Plekhanov, as we signed an agreement on cooperation with this university 1 year ago. When we do understand, in order to implement such technologies, we have to work hand in hand on not only with researchers, but also with university sector, commercial sector, and so on. And one of the most closest technology is to think about atom, how atom industry changed our reality. We do understand that was established for certain to achieve certain and it formed a new industry from the quantum technology. So it's necessary to go the same way. So 99% of the presentation of quantum technologies that I heard about started from the same maximum. We use the semi-conductive transistors, and they are compared with with atoms. So we need the quantum computers. I want to tell you that it's not true. So actually, the law that increases the productivity of the computers, it continues to work with these factors. And the interesting condition is that despite this great growth of the productivity of computers, actually we still have the calculation tasks. Though we have very powerful computers, they are very difficult to be solved. The examples of them are the optimization tasks to find the correct route for the courier in the city, or the modeling of the materials at the level of the atomic quantities. So we try to develop our traditional computers and processors, but they cannot solve this task, especially some tasks of the artificial intelligence. It's necessary to remember that the appearance of computers, classical computers, it was done for physics. So the effort to solve one private task, it was a very interesting story for our college students and postgraduate students. They tried to solve one private problem, but they fully changed the development of physics and then offered the quantum concept that formed our digital technologies everywhere. We have lasers and transistors that are the results of quantum physics. We are now at another level of control of quantum technologies, at the level of simple particles, photons, and components, neons. So managing the systems, so we can fully understand that this is paradoxical and useful at the same time. The Nobel Prize was received for the proof that our world works at such a level. We have such a concept like quantum superposition. We can be in this like quantum complexity. This is the correlation interconnection of the quantum objects, and the Nobel Prize was given for the checking of the fundamental basics of the quantum physics, and it gives us great possibilities to create new devices. So first of all, the quantum computers that can solve those computing tasks that even very powerful computers cannot solve. So quantum communication and the opportunity to get the information, to get the opportunity to protect our information at the level of physics. Until hackers can break the laws of physics, the information is protected. So this is the possibility to measure very precisely the parameters of the environment. Our world becomes not only digital, but quantum informative. And for many tasks where we need to process and store the information, the quantum technologies gives us what's not possible to get with the classical tools. This direction is developed very actively in the world, very actively, and all developed countries very actively invest a lot of money. And it's justified to speak about it. So big companies, startup companies, the whole ecosystem of the economic development. Now it is present in the quantum technologies. It's a separate slide. We have the state development, including the roadmap for quantum calculation that was signed as a big national project. If we speak a little bit about the technological challenges, if we speak about our computers and laptops, the heart is almost the same. So we don't know how the quantum computer will work. We use different physics to understand what will become the basics of the new quantum computers. It will be absolutely different, and they can be similar to the chips that we have, or not similar to ultra cold atoms, for example, that we have an optic potential that is in the vacuum, that can be the computing elements. And for most breakthrough technologies,
was very important to illustrate each of the platform for the quantum computers with those achievements that were got in the Russian laboratories. I think it's a special pride for this country. If we speak about the world, so in this world, the technology is developed very actively. I think you all know IBM, and you heard that the number of qubits that is increased every day is increased more and more, and it's a very high speed, it's a very high rate. And we could see that there was the quantum actually benefit, the possibility to solve much faster than the super powerful computer. So this border, when you have small quantum computers, they have very few quantum objects, but they already compete with the objects that are based on classical principles. So I can speak a lot about quantum technologies, but I understand that we are limited in time to develop different quantum technologies, quantum communication, quantum cryptography. It's necessary to have an ecosystem. It's necessary to have the science, technology, the client, and also the project where a big company already invest in the creation of future algorithms. So we have such projects in the world and in Russia. And of course, we need economy and people. We need those who can turn this perspective industry of science and technology in the industry and the production sphere for this country. We rely on the cooperation with this University of Economics and the people who are interested in the implementation of these technologies. Thank you. So this person really feels time very well. Really, it was 7 minutes. I know that you need to go. So quantum teleportation was not invented for people. We had only online connection. Let's try to check it, how it works. I have a new speaker, Елена Martinova. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? We can hear you very well. Would like to see you if it's possible. But the photo is also very nice. This is for the sound. Okay, what's the role of information technologies and the digitalization that is used in your structure? So I will speak about everything. I'm happy to welcome all participants at the plenary session. This is the second time that I participate in your event. I listened very carefully. My colleagues and many of them spoke about the plans. I was sitting in this chair also, and I was speaking about the plan, but now I want to tell you how our plans were implemented, how they work in the Russian register in the whole country, how we implement the artificial intelligence. Let's start because the topic is step to the future. So when we discussed it with our colleagues, we said that everything that's happening here, the step forward, is like also a look in the past. Everything that we will mention today goes along with this topic. Why do we call it like this? What we do in the Russian register is a step into the future because it's the first time that we create a technology that gives an opportunity to speak about such a term as a readable right, and we speak about a step to the intellectual recognition of the objects. So let's start. In Rosregister, we have more than 30 information systems and services, and we have more and more of them. So here we can see only a part of these systems. So we know that we have also Yagram that works in the whole country. It's a very difficult system with a long story and several teams that planned it and replanned it and developed it. But it works at the central level in the whole country that allows people who are in Moscow in 1-3 days to get the state service for the state registration for the property that they have, for example, in Vladivostok. It was not possible before. So now it's, if we make a step to the past, 10 days ago, or 10 years ago, it took about 60 days. And it was a very long line. You had to stay for a long line to get the service. And we all know that we have the system of the space data. It's a unique thing. It's a Russian solution. And we have the federal space of the data. That's how we make the system of artificial intelligence. That's how we train it, that it works in different platforms and different systems. It's in the same center. And the perspective development in professional communities, we do it with quality of the services that we have, because otherwise any other development is not possible. 10 years ago, so 60 days was okay for him, but now if a person doesn't get the service in 1-3 days, they all say the system doesn't work. The person has changed, and the demands and the expectations. So the state needs to adapt to these changes and needs to adapt its system. We need to have the systems of artificial intelligence, different algorithms and models, neuron connections, networks that allow to do different types of work. So I would like to speak about a few services that we started now. This is the service Digital Assistant. We implemented this service for the whole last year. And we have algorithms and automatic check of the documents. It's the system of recognition. And then the reading of them to the machine reading format with then the automated processing that can combine the flexibility of technologies and the consolidation of information computing systems. What we can get if we implement this service, so we get the mechanism that allows to automatically download all the documents. So let's imagine that we have the archives that are not in the digital format. We have a lot of fields. Thousands of them. Yes, we can make them all digital, but every day will generate 1-3 fields of such a document. We do not just exclude the paper documents. Like stop paper, we don't have real papers that are come to us in the paper form. And now we have the mechanism implemented that minimize the mistakes when the documents are processed at all the stages of the process. We have the first step that automates the legal expertise, and we have the transfer to the machine reading, and we also decreased the term of application processment. In such a way, we implement the preventive measures to exclude the measures. That's a very important question. Why my application was stopped? What was wrong? And we have such a story as the personal KPI. And of course, it's for everyone. It's like zero unjustified stopping of applications. What's also important here is, of course, that we have the decrease of the subjective factor when we take the decisions. In December 2014, we started the industrial use, and that was the name Hero was the name of this service. I think that neural network should be female, and the service will be then upscaled for the territory of other subjects. I will show to you what is a translation to the machine reading format. It will change the work. So when we scan the documents like in PDF to the machine reading documents, what does the system do? They classify the documents according to the main types, and they find the key names, and they group the data. The quality of document reading is more than 8%. More than two essences are described. It's quite a high volume. So we educated the data set that started from the 15,000 sets of documents until it's all worked. We cannot start the industrial use. Next slide. So here you can see the example of the process. Maybe next slide, where you can see the example. It's the balancing of the geometry and text recognition, classification of the documents, finding all the key essences, and the describing them in the document. If something is written there, some notes or some stamp, it's all identified. The next stage is machine reading of the documents, and at this stage we automate them, we check them according to the law that are in this system. So the first step, the artificial intelligence does 85 checking, and according to the results, there are 167 scenarios that are possible, and then we have the solutions that we can make for this package. Rosregister doesn't have their office. We have MFC, and usually people come to MFC, but people who sit there, they are not state register. They don't have the deep understanding of the normative documents, and that's why very often we got the documents to Rosregister who don't have all the necessary documents, all the information. Or there are some typical mistakes there. To prevent all these, we need to have the digital assistant who can form the application, who can confirm the documents, and who can help to upload all the documents. And the state registrator will also do it automatically. Next slide. So the stage of legal expertise, we then compare the data with the system, and we compare and do the legal expertise. We form the typical solution that is recommended, and then the application is formed and according to the package of the documents. It's not only the preventive measure, but also it's the second opinion for the state register of the rights. Then for the next development, we also have the accumulation of the documents, where the offer of artificial intelligence does not go together with the office. We have the training pool for our registers. So nowadays, we try to develop the access for the professional participants of the market for the service and to increase their reliability, and as a preventive tool to shorten the number of stopping. And one more slide. It's the clever cadastre, it's the neural network that was trained. We have also the forecast here. This is the identification of non-registered objects of properties. Not only the land, but also the unlegal use of the land. It was the winner of the industrial prize for big data transfusion award, data fusion. And then they used the objects of the property and then the analytics of the data together with the information that was in the aggregator. So it was an effective tool that actually can protect the rights of citizens, and they cannot do any legal actions like sell or inherit. They cannot even do the gasification. In this case, we can help them. The service allows to go from non-effective analysis that had maximum 6,000 objects. We could 40,000 identify in one day, and we could have the key effects as a guarantee of the rights and the property rights, and the non-correct use of the land. So the possibilities of UMCA are much wider. It can also make an analysis for identification of users. So thank you, Lena. Sorry, we are short of time. Thank you for your report. It's the end. I just wanted to say that I'm just at the end of my speech. More than 2,000 times we have methods, and the end I would like to say that we of course understand that it's important not only to implement the technologies but also to train our employees so that we try to increase the level of knowledge. Thank you to everyone. So I want to stress the importance of digitalization to solve the tasks that our country have. Sorry for interrupting you. So finishing our session, and at the end is the most interesting thing. We have a very interesting person here, and it was very interesting for me, and I can say that it's really can help the doctors not to make a mistake. Sergey, you take the floor. I really waited for this moment to tell us how the digital technologies can help the doctors. So yes, many people who sit in the audience, they think, why do we have a doctor here? Yes, it's an interesting question. But I would like to say thank you for the rector. I would like to say that these reports are important for everyone, for all our spheres of life. Like we increased the number of piglets, yes, that's great with the help of artificial intelligence. Where is medicine? Medicine is a little bit delayed. It's a very sensitive sphere,
including a relationship with engineers, mathematicians, because doctors do not understand engineers and engineers do not understand doctors. Today, why do I talk about radiation diagnostics? Yes, it's called radiology. So it's all kinds of images you can get. So 94% of diagnoses today are performed with the use of radiology. So only in our country, we see that about billions of images are made only in Russia. And to analyze them, to make a precise diagnosis is extremely difficult. So what are we going to do? So can we foresee any future, and where are we moving towards? So here you can see a computer tomography of the head that was performed in 2017. So it was actually good for a very famous person. We believe this is a true revolution. It made it possible to see things that we never could imagine to see some decades ago. And you can see tomography, a very nice, very bright image, and they are made in the same year. And we do understand that tomography will never work as a diagnostic tool in future because it doesn't have specificity. But computer tomography, you see, has been developed nicely, so it gives you 3D or 4D pictures that help to install a precise diagnosis to make. So we witness a colossal technological revolution. The number of state-of-the-art devices is absolutely stunning. So the first computer tomograph was made in 1990s, and I was part of that pilot project, and I could say it felt absolutely amazing. But today these technologies have made an enormous step forward, and we can get thousands of transverse cuts, 0.6 millimeters thick. And if a doctor had to be in charge of analyzing them, it would take hours and hours of his time to just analyze them images. Is it possible? Not at all. So the the tests are made by device takes a few seconds, but it takes hours to analyze them. So today these images are treated by artificial intelligence, and this is a synthetic analysis, as we call it. So where is artificial intelligence? Here, let's have a look. So artificial intelligence. Thanks to the pandemic, if I could say so, it actually helped to implement artificial intelligence in the radiology sector. So at the upper part you can see lungs. Everybody knows what is a matte glass and so on and so forth, but we made it possible together with developers data that help us to assess volume of tumor, and this is the most important thing, and it is working today. The pandemic is over, thanks God. But we know in future, if something happens in future, we have a tool that help us to define the trend of the tumor development, and we can change the treatment. And this is very important. We do understand when pandemic happens, so we bring together doctors of various level with various level of experience, but it help to prognose, to focus disease development in a very precise way. I really appreciate you for that, and together with Plekhanov University, we have launched a very nice project on treating various images. So there is yes, we can diagnose malignant tumors, but some small tumors can be, proved by a very small cell, and we cannot take that sample from a patient. So how can we push a patient to undergo such a test? I will show you one trial that was made in 1919. So you see a man with a very strong, high risks of lung cancer development, who is a chain smoker. So there have been found 233 knots, and those men were said, were told, actually, yes, you are within a high risk group of cancer development. And it turned out that in 2 or 3 years' time, only 27 of them were malignant, and the rest were benign tumors. And what about 130? They actually got a psychological trauma because they thought that also had cancer, had a tumor. Some of them, stopped their business and so on and so forth. So this is a very serious problem, and we should understand that this to introduce artificial intelligence in the medicine is a very high and very noble goal, but we should understand at which extent it shall be employed. We do know that for us the most difficult thing is early diagnostics of heart diseases. Man gets sick 8 times more than women. So what does it mean? It means that we lose men at a peak of their life. So they die abruptly. So, you know, we can, yeah, there could be a person who has a great has a great life, but he has narrowed arteries. How shall we define? Is the flow blood enough or not? So what can we do? We get the conductor, put contrast there, so we measure pressure and so on. This is an invasive procedure, but let's imagine we talk about a 38-year-old man who has no symptoms. Why would he come here? So what uninvasive procedures can we perform? So computed tomography is an uninvasive procedure that doesn't require any conductors, any contrast, and that's what we have developed, and that's what we focus on at the moment. So that will help us to save people's lives that could live many years after that. This is important. That's where we have to work on. And this is why we want to work with developers, with mathematicians, with IT specialists. So we should explain what we need, and you will calculate an algorithm for us. Well, some questions, so I don't keep you long. So, psychological unawareness, psychological unreadiness. So this is our common problem. So what to do in order to make people to do regular medical checks? But also there are some questions for artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a tool that helps to accelerate getting proper information and precise information both for the doctor and for the patient. Everybody knows what is EEG. We know that it can be digitalized instantly, and this is done by AI. So you can take a phone, you can put it to your heart, and if there is, you have an app, yes, you can get a cardiogram, and you can send it even to another country. Here we can see 4D images, and this is the common goal we have. And then, the launch of such a database. I can say that in Moscow the picture is more or less good, but what about other countries? How are we going to get data sets without having data from the histological? Yes, proof. We can get 2 or 3 good specialists that would analyze and describe it, and then lack of understanding between the doctor and the mathematician. Previously, yes, it was a challenge. Can we overcome it, and can we focus the future? Let's have a look, and let's believe that artificial intelligence is going to be introduced into the medical field in the next 10 years, and I think it's one of the most important things to be done. And using big machines, big softwares, I suggest that we meet in 10-year time and discuss it one more time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So listen to Sergei Konstantinovich and take care of your health. I saw that many of you, have been smoking, so quit smoking. You all know that pandemic changed our life, made it more convenient. Even I actually opened my enterprise, thanks to my foreign passport. I even didn't know that those technologies had existed, but situation that pushed us to look differently at the live business, help us, courier business, help us to order foods. Online platforms started to develop at a very high pace. So we have Fabio Pricatir is here. Hello, Fabio. Fabio, the floor is yours. Good morning. I don't speak Russian. I will present. Я рада быть здесь. Большое спасибо за приглашение. Большое спасибо Светлане и всем остальным участникам. И было очень интересно слушать всех профессоров, и для меня большая честь говорить перед вами сегодня и рассказать о нашем проекте. Это действительно интересный проект. Я расскажу вам, покажу вам некоторые аспекты, которые помогли нам воплотить его в жизнь. Итак, данная платформа — это действительно шаг в сторону деглобализации экономики, и она с точки зрения как бразильской экономики. И, безусловно, мы получили достаточно большой опыт, начиная с пандемии COVID-19. Был целый ряд факторов, которые действительно выступили как проблемы, которые было сложно решать, преодолевать в той новой реальности, в которой мы все столкнулись во всем мире. Мы понимали, что действительно пандемия стала таким благоприятным фактором для трансформации логики производства, работы, образования и социальных факторов. И мы понимали, что дигитализация процессов, интеграция технологических инструментов, оригинальные трансформационные предприятия, все это поможет нам повлиять в положительном ключе на экономику, окружающую среду и общество в целом. Если говорить о фактах и панорамном представлении, мы понимали, что технологическое развитие ведет нас к риску увеличения безработицы. И действительно, вследствие того, что автоматизация все в большем объеме реализуется в целом ряде секторов промышленности. Мы понимали, что это сложно, и что последовательный переход и релокация рабочих мест также будут залогом того, каким образом бизнесы будут функционировать в будущем. Мы понимали, что коммуникация с персоналом и рабочей силой — это очень важный фактор, и цифровые технологии таким образом позволяют его оптимизировать, в том числе благодаря низкой стоимости. Масштабатизации также позволяет все больше и больше людей подключаться к подобным цифровым трансформациям. И, безусловно, передовые компании, которые работали в телекоммуникаций, помогали вырабатывать решения, снижающие подобные затраты. Безусловно, масштабирование цифровых технологий занимает определенное время и требует определенных усилий, затрат, но и
landscape with sanctions, considering the progressive abandon of dollar for other currencies, so national currencies, and also we must face that blockchain technology involving crypto actives in the panorama. Idea on that way. Other countries consumption should dialogue with their objective inflation. We see a lot of places in the world, so it's a little bit worried, but I see the possibility to join some solutions in the BRICS countries. So it's establish a relation of trust, and now Brazilian president who participated in the creation of BRICS is strongly committed to enforce this alliance. So our perspective for BRICS, the creation of international innovative centers. So we must join. First, we are participating
in the BRICS network universities increase our socio-economic environmental education, cultural and resilient financial security. That's very important. We participate security Olympiad that Russia promoted and sought. So we are increasing. And mutual trust with clear ethical lines to make the collaborative international environment. So, in that perspective, closing my presentation, perhaps to have some discussion. This process is sensitive in the formation of law, which is no longer accepting position of rules with unilateral benefits, sanctions, and external pressure. So instead, know that in this context, a pool of electronic currencies, national currencies, will be implemented with natural orientation of labor and natural resource, with acceleration of process of internal availability in the new international partners with high trust of level. So, in fact, all this discussion turns take us to transition between some countries, like decision takers to decision makers. So, that's a very short presentation, but we could not open the opportunity to be here and present some part of you. I am the International Relations Coordinator for Russia. We've been touching universities at Russia, and also I work in the laboratory of fuzzy logic, and a lot of science in this field, especially for expert systems, not too much machine learning, but expert system rules for economic zoning, for industrial planning, and also energy. We hope next year to bring our researchers here and take a little bit in the space. I don't want to be more extensive. I know how these events are. And I would like to say thank you very much for all this organization and apologize about my English. I expect next presentation I can do it in Russian. Thank you. Спасибо.
Well, thank you very much. We had the head of the lab of the fuzzy logic, Cristiano. Well, thank you very much. We have one more speaker. I can see that his goal is to attract attention towards the development of space. Anton Sergeyevich Alexeyev, the floor is yours, Anton. Well, dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very happy to be here with you today and to be part of this amazing forum, this step into the future. Thank you very much, Ivan Vasilievich, for your kind invitation. Thank you very much for the leadership of this university. And thank you very much for this audience that has been following this forum both offline and online, despite our very dense agenda. So when we talk about contemporary technologies, we do understand that they have integrated into our lives. And we do understand that our life is being changed so much lately. We never thought that to order taxis via your phone would be such a simple thing, and so on. So such household elements, they actually stem from digital or even space technologies. And when we talk about artificial intelligence that have been approved, yes, or confirmed by regulatory legislation, so they actually work at the verge of a number of projects that engage people due its high interest. Let's imagine for a second, out of you, who would like to launch a real satellite with your own hands? So if you could, would you like to do it? Would you like to have a try? Well, where are we and where is the space? But we see we regard space as something very remote, something little understood. So I can tell you that this is not unrealistic, even if it seems so at the first sight. Our company, our space corporation, New Space, is a small team of IT specialists, engineers. We have a number of partners. And thanks to this opportunity to cooperate together with our colleagues from technological entrepreneurship from your university, we actually signed an agreement with University of Plekhanov. And I hope that together with you in future, we will be able to represent some space projects. So what can be understood as a satellite? I would like you to tell you about a project that launched by Ministry of Education of Russia. So I'm talking about the project Arturus. So there is the brightest star called Sirius, as you know, but this is the brightest star in the South Pole, and as for the North Pole, Taurus is the brightest star there. And so the initiative took this name not accidentally, as you now understand. And this is a project that quite many people have been working on. And that makes it possible to get engaged into the launch of space ships of small size. So many people think that a satellite is round and it weighs about a few tons. In practice, though, if you, I'm going to show you one tool. It looks like that. So such tools are the most large-scaled. In this particular case, it's the 3-engine capsule. What are they capable of? Can you imagine? If you put 2 units, a camera, similar to a photo camera, we will be able to get images, remote Earth images. Then they could be treated by AI, and they will help to shape maps of the whole planet. Imagine that there is an international startup, Planet.com. So they work with such cameras, and they launched, starting from 2011, 450 apparatus like this at the height of 500 kilometers. What does it give to them? It gives them an opportunity at 10 a.m. to wake up, to have the whole fresh image of our planet. And if we think about technological entrepreneurship, certainly it gave lots of opportunities to the business. If you go to the exchange indexes, the cost of this company's capitalization is equal to $1.5 billion. So space has lots of potential. So it's a melt of various computer technologies and everything. If everything goes well, so student teams will be able to assemble such tools. And today they have been agreed together with Roscosmos to provide free of charge launch. And that was due to the Congress of Young Scientists held in December of 2022, and other institutions of state support, like Agency of Strategic Initiatives and other regional enterprises, are ready to support that project. So if it goes well, so Ministry of Education will implement that project shortly in 2 or 3 year time, and we might have up to 46 apparatus like this at the orbit, and visually they would look like PlayStation 5. So this is a project, and that's an example of the magnets that shows how you can do IT, how informational technologies can be applied that help you to want to develop your competencies. And those who raised your hands, if they can take part in it, they will have a very high demand among employees. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, dear friends, what can I say? I was very pleased to spend time with you to be moderator of this session. So do not leave the room. I'm going to leave, but you please stay, because I would like to invite the next speaker as a moderator, expert of Analytical Center, a leading expert of the Institute of Education of High Schools of Economics, Evgeny Zhenov. Evgeny, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Дорогие друзья, еще раз добрый день. Всегда в стенах.
So I would like to welcome you in Plekhanov University, and it's nice to participate in any events, especially when they are not just filled with a sense, but if they are really the drivers of the movement forward, and they are a site where the university community can meet, and the leaders in the technologies. It's very difficult to be the leading university nowadays if the university is not inside in this partnership, in the collaboration with the leading technological companies. So this ideology is true for the whole state policy where we all live. So we have the country that works with the methods of testing, and we still try to go forward to the technological sovereignty. And we spoke a lot about it. So we will continue it. We continue the work of the plenary session, and it will be devoted to the representatives of the real bank sector, those who have the practical activity to implement the artificial intelligence for the development of technological platforms. They also create themselves these technological platforms. So I would like to invite the speakers, and I hope that they are all alive. So we will more contact and more possibility to exchange energy and thoughts. I hope that you will enjoy our conversation. So the advice of the General Director of the Russian Ecological Operation, Yugoshev Sergei, the Director of the Program of Optimizing of the Material Technical Provision of PAO Gazprom Neft Ecosystem ISOS, Lyudmila Kornilova, the Deputy of the General Director on Finance and Investment in Belarus, Alexander Volkov, the Deputy of the General Manager on Commerce, Universal Auto Complex, Batsaihan Damdin Dorsh, assistant of the Basic Department of the Trade Policy of the Plehanov University, Arifi Farzat Ali, and the director of the IT Corporation, Vadim Glushenko. So everyone is here. So, dear colleagues with whom we wanted to have this meeting, so in the first part of the plenary session, they mostly concentrated their attention on their technologies, including their specialized technologies. But any technology will change the environment, and especially nowadays, we can see that we have new technologies in energy. So, for example, hydrogen energy, and we can see what threats, climate threats can be in the United States, for example, what happens now in Agaya. So the general director, Sergei Yegoshev, is ready to speak how the digital solutions can influence the environment, because it seems to be, here are the numbers, here is the ecology, and it's all different, but still more and more people that are devoted to the sessions. Not long time ago, we had the Russian Environmental Week and Energetic Week that was also in Moscow, and they covered this topic very seriously. It was one of the main topics. So, Sergey, please, what are the tasks? Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you to Plekhanov University for the invitation and the possibility to speak at the forum that is devoted to this high spectrum of industries and directions of our life, and to discuss the digital technologies. So I think that not many of you thought what can be digitalized in such a sphere as the communal rests, but I will be very short. I understand that you were here for a long time. And I can tell you that at the forum that was devoted to step forward, the industry of solid communal waste can be really proud of their achievements in digitalization. Before we organized our company, so we had a task to reform and to create one carcass of how we work with solid municipal waste. But now we understand that any industry that we have and the economy, it's not possible without digitalization and without the processment of big data, without the normal statistics that unfortunately nowadays is at a very low level. So from the point of view of getting the data and their processment and their use. So in our industry, I can say that Russian ecological operator is a technical operator of two operational systems. This is the operational system of the calculation of solid municipal waste and also of those waste that we had after the product's use. We had also very interesting work that expects us. This is the United System of the System of the Environment. And many of you read about it, or maybe you heard so-called EGIS eco monitoring. In two first systems last year, we were this operator, and before this system had these systems, according to the Minister of Nature, they will be then united in one state system, and you know that almost everyone now, all informational systems will be then brought to the platform of the state tech, and these two systems, UTCO and OIT, will be then the platform of GOSTECH that will be united in one information system of what we do with the solid municipal waste. Nowadays, what are the systems now? So these are big databases that contain the main elements of the electronic model of the federal scheme and the source of the information accumulation, contracts, norms of accumulation, prospective objects, telemetry, billing, and transport of solid waste that really create the digital tool that when we use, then such a sensitive industry can become transparent and clear, and it can exclude any double index that can then show bad waste producers, and that allow already now us now to determine what is our norm for the formation and where do we have the points of illegal then bearing, and where is the process of then accumulation. So that's why we are already now at a good technological level, and we can see the whole picture of solid municipal waste. We understand that before it was a gray zone, and now, according to the work of our company that was for more than 3 years, this is a white zone. Up to the end of the year, we will update the data according to 1,200 objects. So this system now is the main one, and it can accumulate the main element of then the processing of the solid waste. You can see here the territorial scheme and the objects that should be prospectively then invented on the territory of Russia. And the information that the regions have. Also, the united electronic tool that allows us to understand what happens in the industry. So we can say that these are big dashboards for this industry. I don't think that there are many industries who can say that they have such digital solutions. Here you can see the numbers that can show the scale of the system and of those who work with the system. I can also say that nowadays we have quite good work for the whole chain from the formation of the communal waste and up to the generation, up to the accumulation and processment, or the processment to the secondary type was open in the maximum way. So we now work and try to directly then make a direct contract with all the subjects from polygons will be transferred in real time. We sign an agreement, and the subject, most of the subjects, they give us this information and they open all our data. So it allows us to get the data from Earth. So what was used for all the time according to the statistics, and we want that it will be used for the greenhouse gas emissions. So the process of technology that we started last year is the formation of the 3D model and of polygons, and we can say that was an information startup created 3D models of polygons, and they allow us to understand the real scale of the polygons and to understand where we have the waste legally and where we can have the burning. They can help us to understand if these polygons are really already not valid anymore, not only on paper. So these 3D models for us are the digital twins, and it allows us to get the full picture because we have now the regulation of greenhouse emissions, and that's why we have a questions how to calculate these emissions from size. So nowadays we don't have an answer. Everyone says that we take the volume that you get, then you multiply it, and you get some numbers. Is they correct or not? No one can guarantee it. And we can understand that the report is not an internal Russian story, is also an international story where they ratified the Paris Agreement, and we should give the report that should be confirmed by something. How can we confirm it by digital tools? When we have the 3D model of polygon, when you understand the morphology, and when we have the clear sources, and when a great possibility you can see the greenhouse emissions. Such developments are not used anywhere in the world, and when we form such new tools, then we can exclude the conversations that Russia has the wrong information. So besides that we form 3D models, they also allow to evaluate where we have the risky points, the solid wastes near the transport infrastructure, and this is the problem that we have. So this is the digital modeling and the understanding of the industry that gives a picture that allows us to start the development and use of the polygon of solid wastes. Many people at the first session spoke about the space. We also are in this topic, and we can say that now we try to understand the possibility of getting an evaluation of the situation that we have on polygons, and including this data of probing the Earth. And Roscosmos spoke about launching the new group, and what we wanted to see in the new space group. So we said that we want to get real time the data about the possible burning and evaluate the gas house emissions. These are our two main tasks that we want to get with the processment of the Earth. Of course, it requires the integration, and it requires the integration with Monsel host. So the possible burning can look the same, and it's the assessment all of the time. So we are moving in this direction, and we understand that this is also the future of our industry. So at present, big databases and marketplaces, they also are interested in the waste assessment. Closed cycle economy cannot actually stay without the secondary material resources that we have, that are the main sources, and the source is the industry and the waste assessment they should be open, and we started the marketplace. Our then database of the secondary material resources that is actually actively developed, and where the sellers, the consumers can in the real time make the deals. These are transparent deals, and this is round the clock support. So, and at this talk we have more than 640 players registered. So we can see that the sums is more than 4 million rubles. And we are included in the Russian software. And we are expanding. We hope that it will be a very good tool of implementation of the closed cycle economy that we mention all the time. After September last year when we started, and we plan in the nearest future to start the price index for utilization for secondary material resources from glass and aluminium. So it will allow to create the real market of the secondary resources. And this way we can support these deals. Not just formal utilization of paper that can happen before the digital tools were implemented or practiced. So the talk changed the approach. There is one more trend that will be the standard for the industry, is the robotic sortment of the waste. So we together with Skolkovo, this is the fight of robots. It was organized on Skolkovo site. This is the innovative system of the assortment. Green Startup Booster is a new program of Skolkovo, and specialists informative technologies show how they can use their work in real life. So in Technopark Skolkovo, participants of Carton in real time said that there were several solutions devoted to the intellectual assortment of the waste. If we use the scientific language separation of the waste, and they demonstrated the work of artificial intelligence and the technology of the optical recognition of the waste, they are equal in their content in real time, and including the approach, and in the robotic fight that developed the system of waste assortment with the help of neural network. There were 7 factories that implemented the artificial intelligence with the assortment of the waste. The artificial intelligence, the Tverskaya region, Kaluzhskaya region, Sverdlovskaya region. This is our whole support, and the data that these projects show is the precise, then the precision how it is done, and the assortment is not fully implemented. The system of sorting, like metal, like plastic, like wood, it's necessary to put it to different places. So this is the valuable material resource. And the precision reaches 96, 97%. And the complex of the processment with waste will also become robotic, and it will be a step forward. And these are the technical parks that we create to process the waste, and it will allow us to create the optimum site. So, of course, we support all innovations in the digital sphere. And we were the initiators of the creation of these solutions. We will support these technological solutions that will allow us to improve the industry. And what do we do from the point of view of education? And for those who watch us online, you can see the address here on the screen, here in the browser. We have small educational courses. And we see here how it is told about all the aspects of waste processment that nowadays is one of the pioneer of the Russian economy. Thank you for such deep coverage of the topic. I opened a lot new for myself. And the topic is digital transformation in different spheres. We speak more and more about it, but a year and a half, it was just some free discussions. We need the digital transformation of the educational system. And there were people, very progressive, and representatives of different countries. And we live in very difficult conditions of difficult challenges when some budgets are decreased, budgets of universities. The transformation of digital spheres should be clever. And the concept of technological economy has the shortened cost for different transactions. We have a lot of leaders, and we know that there are these conversations not only at specialized forums like the economic forum, but also in universities. It's very important because this big cooperation with educational programs and science that is developed and the leaders of technological companies not possible if we don't speak from university about it. And there is such a platform that exists in Gazprom. Of course, one of the leader, high technological leader in this country. We have Ludmila Kornilova with us. Could you please tell us about your system? What do you do? But please, I would like to ask all our speakers. It was my mistake. I should have said from the very beginning. We have just 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes. I think the call will support us. Yes, you can switch on the alarm clock. I want to break the system. I want to ask the moderator the microphone. I want to stand up. I want to see the screen and the public. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. And I would like to congratulate the university with its festival. Thank you for the invitation. And Gazprom is not only logistic processment of oil and gas, it's also a lot of provision. I will try to speak very fast. What is the purchase and provision? We have the 23rd of February, very soon, and they will all then congratulate their men. And we had a task to provide all necessary things for the festival. to order everything, to order food, to order presents. Marina created a menu. She understands what to do.
What does she do? By the menu list, she order products. As we all know how we order it. So she orders a vehicle, so she orders a ready pizza. So she might order some jewelry. Then she will get all the products with the courier. She will place everything at the storage and in the fridge. She'll order gifts for her man. Perhaps she might not be will have enough money, and then she can use a split loan by Yandex. So then she will congratulate your beloved man with the holiday, and we always buy some gifts just in case, some extra gifts. So what have we done, my friends? So in a very convenient way, we secured the project, the holiday 23rd of February, with the needed technological resources. Just imagine how many manipulations have to be carried out, materials, complicated equipment, capital construction, in order to secure material and technical balance for this. Or I now imagine how to implement a project on development of natural resources. And now there is a question raised that can we do it in a similar mode? Yes. It would be more difficult, but it could be done. All services that we already have in our everyday life, they emerged recently from the moment when we all got smartphones with these customer services, B2C segment. B2B segment is very big too, and it applies to enterprises as well compared to households. But at the same time, we believe that that could be done in future. And such a new attitude is called ISOs. And we see it as a step forward. Here we can see a small part of ecosystem of ISOs that makes it possible to provide companies of industrial sectors with all products and materials for their production operations, to run up their production operations. So, if we talk about the way Marina ordered her products, we can order some things for our corporate purchases, some equipment via marketplace Reset. It's already operating. So we actually skipped pizza, but why pizza Dodo is so successful? They showed us their cuisine online. You can switch on online and see how your own pizza is being cooked. In industries, the volume of equipment that is made specially to you, it accounts for 20% and amounts to trillions of rubles. Product called Inspector makes it possible to make offline and online audit as the platforms that are in charge of manufacturing sophisticated equipment. For us, it's very important because now we have supplies from China, Southeast Asia, and today we inspect those, audit their sites. That in order to make sure that products we get is of the highest quality. Another interesting thing, similar to how we order products via Yandex Delivery, there is a service called the Cargo Taxi, and it helps us to move our cargos to our production sites via search of a production supplier. So we hold an auction, and the one that is the fastest and the cheapest is chosen by us. And it's the platform has proved many times its economic efficiency. And for the routes, we know that logistics has changed dramatically. Our cargoes are stuck for a very long time, but thanks to radar service, we knew a very precise, good idea where they were located, and we knew when we could expect them at the production sites. So it's a very good and very useful service, because no head of infrastructure project cannot sleep well unless he knows precisely that his piece of equipment is going to be delivered on time. And the service of realization of unwanted stuff is very in high demand as well. So we always have some stock, and this stock can be sold at this platform. And it's used not only by Gazprom Neft, but many other companies as well. So here I would like to share with you some data, some figures. Imagine a number of transactions in all industries of the Russian Federation. So thinking about procurements and supplies of large-scale companies, they are done at 8 largest platforms. I'm not talking about procurements that are still made on the paper, and so many people are involved in it. And the most important thing that is not just a transaction work, but there is a lot of expertise involved. And imagine how much data is being generated by the sphere of supplying resources in the local industries. So huge amount of data that could be digitalized, could work as the foundation of digital economy, and could be processed by artificial intelligence. So we're thinking how it could be used in future. So nevertheless, I'm pretty sure that this is the future, and artificial intelligence will make it possible to treat all this data, to process them, and to make managerial decisions based on data processed by AI. So we will be very happy to see you in our ranks in future. So that's what I wanted to share with you. So it's a very big system, very innovative. It has no analogs in Russia or or overseas. A full cycle. Therefore, to build up it on your own is quite impossible. So we will be looking forward to have cooperation in future. Thank you very much. I just was looking at the images. I was looking at Marina and thought, why does she have to buy everything online? There are so many shops around, but then I looked at her hands and I realized that she has such a good manicure. So she could, yes, it's certainly a joke, so she could save it up. Yeah, on the fourth hour of strategic session, we could share some jokes indeed. So 10 years ago, Together with our best startups, the government of Moscow, together with Alexei Komisarov, we flew to America and we met at San Francisco and introduced our great digital startups to local investors. And I remember that guys that made quite a good success in Russia, most of them, they were not successful in the US, so they never got to get any investments. But I remember that successful companies that started extremely well in Russia, but they did not do it in the USA due to the financial and liquidity. You said that we have some unique technologies that have no analogs in the world, and I'm very happy that such technologies on financial liquidity exist. Alexander, your topic is new tools of financial liquidity of digital technologies in Russia. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very pleased to see you all here. I'm very pleased to be here in person. First of all, I represent the company called Bitriver. That is the largest operator of industrial mining in Eurasia, and it's within top 10 of the leading international companies in this field. We do know that latest events changed all possible processes, including logistics and financial transactions, and that became a moment when the government had to act very actively in order to solve it. But at the same time, it was a trigger when the government paid attention to mining and tried its best to find new opportunities in order to overcome challenges Russia suddenly faced. Today in Russia, as you all know, there are very good opportunities to develop this industry. We actually are gaining success in traditional fields. We have large territory, cold climates, very cheap energy, which is necessary for successful operation of data centers. And that became the decisive factor that makes it possible to believe that in Russia there is a platform that can build up new ways of calculation of trans-border calculations, transactions, and the volume that exists in Russia, it can secure transactions amount to 240 billions of rubles that cover a large part of international trade operations. Bitriver is the leader in Russia in this field. We run about 350 megawatts. 100 megawatts is a level of consumption of a metallurgical plant on average. So we talk about large data centers, and we build them in remote areas, which makes it possible to shape great sites for developing young experts like IT engineers, engineers and specialists in other fields, those who work in service management. And around our data center, there have been formed IT clusters that train new specialists, help to provide maintenance of the devices and other equipment. We use specifics of our Russian landscape in the remote north area. We have the points of use, and we transform energy into money flow or financial flow that does not require pipes, roads, or other infrastructure. So all you need is a will and cheap energy. It all sounds great, but today the government paid attention to this sector, and a lot is being done to systemize this work, the mining and work of data centers. There are quite many legal initiatives that have made it possible to advance this story. But certainly there are things to be improved, make it more systematic, shape taxes base. This taxes base could account for 50 billion rubles per year that will add to the state budget and will help many companies to get to a higher level of operations that work in this field. Today, well, we see a systematic transformation among the companies that provide the work with digital financial assets, cryptocurrencies, both for for individuals and legal entities. We hope that it will be finished quite soon. First of all, we believe at the transformation of our legal basis, and that will give us new opportunities and will help to overcome the challenges that Russia is being faced, and also it will help to facilitate international trade that can be accelerated thanks to the use of cryptocurrency in particular. The state actually comes up with initiatives to develop Russian cryptocurrency, stable tokens backed up by gold and other precious metals. We believe that it's a very interesting story, and it could might work out very well together with other issues like legal regulations, platforms for exchange operations, and making trans-border payments. I don't know what else I can tell you. I hope that students of Plekhanov Academy will join this process sooner or later, because the potential of this area is huge, and it's even big in Russia. There are so many things to do here. Yes, software, legal regulation, production of various technological equipment. All that will lead us to a successful victory in all that. Well, thank you very much. You mentioned Plekhanov University. It used to be called Plekhanov Academy. And certainly this university has been focusing a lot on the international cooperation, and I'm very happy to have international experts here. We live in a very difficult time. But we know that for quite many years, our educational sector have been cooperating for quite a long time. At the same, I don't remember in the last 10 years such a high focus on efficacy in cooperating with those who are willing to cooperate. In the very last year, it's hard to find forums that are not international. And those who 22 years ago were not interested in events that were not interesting for anybody at all, in terms of cooperating with other partners today, are getting more and more interesting. And I can give you like Kaspi Forum that take place in Astrakhan, that brings together lots of international experts starting from Iran and to you're getting to Arabian Emirates. And there are many others forums as well. And even now we are being prepared for the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. And yes, the topic to cooperating more with Asian and Middle East countries is going to be among high priorities. Mongolia, for our country, is one of the strategic countries, and it has been for a very long time. And this is high time to focus on it more and to relaunch this cooperation. Basayhan, the floor is yours. I know that you're going to talk about Russian-Mongolian cooperation, a very interesting topic, but I would like you to stay within 10-minute time. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'm very happy to be here. And I was a student of this academy. I graduated from this university 4 years ago. I studied at Department of Logistics here. So hello, my co-students. So we will be talking about development of Russian and Mongolian relations in the new geopolitical reality. When I got prepared for this presentation, I saw the speech of the President of the Russian Federation, where he said in 2022, he gave a very good definition that lately in the international global scene, there have been tectonic changes. And dynamic prospective regions are playing more and more important roles. And this give conditions for the further cooperation, gaining social equality, improving quality of people's life of both countries. So this is a very good definition, I believe. A few words about our country, about talking about Mongolia and its geographic position. So it is part of Asia Pacific region. So it has borders with Russian Federation and China. But our country accounts for the 18th rank in terms of its size globally. So we can say that in terms of ground, we stand first. We have lots of mineral resources. Therefore, large-scale regional projects certainly can be implemented in such industries as mining, construction, power sector, and so on. I wanted to show you that this is analysis of economic position of Mongolia. I will will save up your time. Why did I do it? Because in 2020 we all faced a pandemic, and our economy has shrinked a bit, as it happened in many countries. As you see here, in 2018 there was a very dynamic economic growth, but in 2020 there was a reverse trend. Mongolia's economy mainly accounts for export of mineral resources, and in that regard it's similar to the Russian economy. Certainly international trade, inflation. As you see, inflation in our country was equal to this state budget. So how are we going to live? What are we going to do until 2050? In 2020, the government of Mongolia approved a long-term development program until 2050. It was approved by the head of the government. As you see, it's breakdown into 3 stages, and you see what goals have been set. This program has 9 goals and 50 sub-goals: nation, human development, quality of life, middle class economics, green development, safe society, secure society, and city-urban development. Satellite cities. What do we expect? We expect that export of Mongolia has to go up by $50 billion. GDP should be $78 billion, and inflation level shall be 2%, and GDP per capita $15,000. Perhaps these figures do not look impressive to you, but we should remember that our population is only 3.5 million people, and there have been adopted a state program, a new policy of development. It has 6 goals and 29 sub-goals, and all of them have functional and operational aims. Overall, 97 goals and aims. And to implement it, the economic growth of Mongolia will be at 6%, and GDP per capita will be twice as big. There will be increased the capacity of customs control, and so on. So first stage is a long-term policy of Mongolia. So this policy shall help within the next 10 years to recover Mongolia's economics. If we talk about cooperation with the Russian Federation, so our relationship have been sustained for quite many years. So there is an agreement on cooperation between Mongolia and Russia. I can tell you that this agreement has no term, but our cooperation is based on this agreement, even though it was signed a long time ago. Our cooperation is based on traditional friendship between our states and our nations. I will talk about it later.
So the import, we need to see how our relations are developing. Russia is in the 2nd place, and it has about 50% from the whole input, but this is mostly covered by oil product, because most of the products are imported from Russia. We fully depend on the Russian oil. And regarding the export, and it is in Singapore and South Korea. And so I told you what is the direction where Mongolia and Russia can cooperate, and this is based according to 2050. This is the program, new policy of restoration, and here you can see that how it can be restored. So we can say that the border between Russia and Mongolia is 30,000 kilometers. It's not in many countries that they have borders like this. So when we speak about the border, then we can say that 27 terminals are on the border with the Russian Federation. These are 4 directions where we can work together with Russia up to 2050. And also restoration of the energetic sector. because our energetic sector has very big perspectives, so we see that we have a lot of perspectives of cooperation with Russia. And the restoration of the industry and production. And this is one of the directions, is the restoration, and where we have the possibility of cooperation between our countries. Also, we have a big project that can be implemented together with Russia, mega projects. This is the construction of the railways and the shortest way that can unite Europe with Asia. We have also the implementation of the project of railway that will go to Ulaanbaatar, and the third one, construction of the electric stations at Ek River, and construction of the optics that we have now to transport the gas. So we will have this pipe, and then there will be the next one to China. So in the end, I would like to say that here you can see the areas in which we can cooperate, and this is really the transformation of economic platforms. And after the long-term program will be accepted, then the Mongol economy will increase. Then we have the opportunity to expand the economic relations with all the countries, to implement big projects that will give the opportunity to have the advanced technologies to transfer it from Russia to such industries as oil, transport, and other sectors of the economy. And also with the growth of the economy, Mongolia, we can develop the high technologies, and we can improve the exchange of the knowledge between our partners. So I would like also to mention that in 2019, Mongol electronic companies made a presentation, and in 2020 they plan to open a few salons in Moscow of electronic software. But we had pandemic and borders were closed, so that's why the project of the construction of electrified Eastern Railway, and so it will increase the volume between Mongolia and China by 3 times. So Mongolia, with its territory, when it implements big energetic projects, it can provide the export of energetic resources. So the project of the building of gas pipeline can increase the transit to China. Modernization of the border terminals and the growth of the economy of Mongolia, then the trade economic relations with the Russian Federation will grow, especially in the border territories, such as Buryatia, Tiva, Kemerovo, Irkutsk, Chita, and Krasnoyarsk regions. So these are these border territories that in all time under any government, but still we always had the trade relations. In perspective, there will be the decrease of tariff or custom and transport from Russia. Mongolia can export to Russia the goods of everyday care and electronic and other goods. Thank you. I'm happy that I had an opportunity to speak here. Thank you. You have very patient governor. Because I looked at your program 2050, and it reminds a lot our national goals that were set until 2030. So we are moving to the end of our discussion. And we continue our virtual trip. So we have today a representative of the university where we are now, and the representative of Iran, and we suddenly had a lot in common with Iran. And we have very rich experience of effective work in different spheres under the sanctions from different countries, Western countries. Russia doesn't have such a big experience, and so it's better to learn from colleagues.
Thank you for inviting me, and also thanks everyone for coming. First of all, before I start I have to show short clip, not so much. Does it work? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Because I want to say that Iran has 80 million population and 4 times bigger than Germany, France, and Austria. $40 million is a young generation, and Tehran has 1 million people. And most important thing is that 72 million, we have 72 million internet subscribers. Iran ranks 22 in the world in scientific publication, among the 10 largest producers of cement and steel in the world. 7% of the world's mineral reserves are in Iran. And of course, we know that after Russia, Iran just takes a second place in gas production. And digital, you know, is the Iranian Amazon, and which provide a variety of products in online. And also, Iranian people use Snap and Taxi for transport. I want to first of all, I want to talk about digitalization. What is digitalization? Digitalization is the process of converting existing prices to the digital form. And digitalization has many advantages. For one, digitalization reduces cost and energy cost, saves time and money. Digitalization helps us to enhance business productivity and also increase efficiency of the business with reduced cost. But most important thing is that digitalization has played a key role in pandemic. Next, we will know level of development of digital literacy in Iran. Also, we will know share of online sales in the total retail sales of different countries, including Russia, South Korea, China, Iran. We will talk about problems caused in the macroeconomic and social environment of Iran, which influence in efficiency of online trading. And in the end, we will talk about solution of existing problems. So what is digital literacy? So we know that digital literacy is digital skills. Digital literacy is the ability of working with digital devices. With digital skills, we can buy a variety of products, a variety of goods. we can take taxi before going to outside. In some cases, we can take online courses rather than go to new destination. Already some of elderly people, adult people in Iran have lack of digital literacy, unfortunately. But also country needs to make important plan in order to enhance the digital skills of new generation, not only all elderly people. Yes, according to the digital reports, Iran's online sales share in the total market is about 4%, if you mention it. And the share of online sales in the total retail market in developed country like United Kingdom, Germany, France, is more than 10%. Russia is good enough. I want to tell that Russia. I believe that Russia is developed country, in my opinion. And I want to tell you that the share of online sales in the total market, yes, countries is more than 10%, and in the country like China, South Korea, and United States, reaches about 30%. Yes, comparing the ratio of online retail sales and offline retail sales between Iran and developed countries shows that the online retail market in Iran is still attractive, despite the fact that it remains intact. Unfortunately, we have in our country, because I don't know, because of cybersecurity, just limited internet sometimes. But I want to tell you that it's still attractive. But according to statistics, this market is still a market with high growth potential contrary to initial perceptions. Yeah, we just see that left picture is the oldest market, is the oldest market in the Middle East, Isfahan, and also today we use in Iran we use Iranian Amazon Digicala, which provides a variety of products, and also Digistar, which sell clothes, snap markets, foods, and etc. Yeah, overall, the share of e-entrepreneurs, not entrepreneurs, I mean e-entrepreneurs. E-entrepreneur is a person who opened a business in online market. And overall, the share of e-entrepreneurs is growing, with the highest proportion found in the age group 30 till 40. Yeah, and 46 persons. And actually, this age group got job experience before they want to create own business. Less proportion in the age group is older 50, because maybe they have lack of digital literacy, or maybe they have they don't have interest to get digital skills. And also we see share of online buyers by age group in Iran. Overall, the share of e-shoppers among internet users is growing, with the highest proportion found in the young group with 60%. The young people just graduated and they have more general skills comparing to other groups. And again, the lowest proportion in the age group older 50. Yes, the question, despite the
Sorry,
the
have 2 minutes, please.
what?
2 minutes.
What did you say?
Possible. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, all right. Yeah, despite the presence of a major player in the online retail market, why does much of Iran's market capacity remain unanswered? It's public trust, maybe just the lack of clear and modern legal mechanism has also reduced this factor too much. I mean, scamming factor, for example, it can affect so much. A legal regulation in Iran doesn't develop along the market and technical capabilities. Basically, legal regulation has been a tool of government intervention and containment of activities. And because of this, the growth of retail platform in Iran has not yet taken shape. Yeah, and also other problem, we have payment method restriction. Yeah, we know that, and Russia and also Iran, they are in sanction. We can understand that we have to make on payment method system. Of course, maybe the West countries, maybe they limited Iran or Russia, but I want to tell that we can make our system. But however, we have limitation, unfortunately, and lack of proper security. Yeah, security is one of the major concerns in the digital world. Suggestions for entrepreneurs. Yeah, investment in staff training. Entrepreneurs need to invest in digital course in order to promote staff digital skills. Create strong bond with IT team, or create strong bond with professionals who knows IT technology, and also advanced training programs and courses. It's of course it's one thing to enhance digital literacy in your organization. I just told you suggestions for for entrepreneurs, but also I want to tell I want to tell about suggestions for e-buyers. Yeah, for example, choose your resources and go. Maybe it's not this recommendation, this suggestion, not only for all elder people, but for everyone who has lack of digital literacy. They can use other resources. For example, they have Kando gets set up special for elder people. They can enhance your skills, and also they can help elderly people. But actually, you know, it's not Russian product. It's not Iranian product. We use West product. But I believe that it's necessary that we in Russia and also in Iran. It's better that for me to talk about Iran. It's better to produce our program special for elder people. Explore media literacy. Yeah, I want, of course, many elder people, they have to read news about scamming or scamming things. Accidents, or maybe just in order to enhance their digital skills. And last suggestion is more important. don't be afraid to ask for help. And so I think that it's a better suggestion for everyone who doesn't have who has lack of digital skills, who doesn't have digital literacy. I think that it's a good way. But best suggestion is just choose your resources. Use this technology if you don't want to face to scamming or something, or for example, yes, just save information. It's just this program just help us to save information. And yeah, just thanks for thanks anyone for attention.
Thank you. Супер, Джевелин. У нас такая разновекторная сессия получилась с разных сторон. Мы по цифрам поговорили. Наверное, правильно в таком разговоре закончить очень актуальной тематикой в цифре. Мы с вами сталкиваемся с ней очень часто. Может быть, кто-то видел, буквально несколько дней назад вышел клип одной из рок-групп, где с технологией deepfake музыканты играют в образе Владимира Путина, в образе президента Америки, в образе Си Цзиньпина. Есть другой пример. Я буквально несколько часов назад присутствовал на закрытой встрече с администрацией президента. Мы открывали проект Тоблок, третий сезон Тоблок президентской платформы РСВ. И там были известные пранкеры Вован и Лексус. Как вы знаете, они регулярно каждый месяц связываются с разными лидерами мнений, включая лидерами стран со всего мира. И с использованием технологии deepfake человек, который находится по другой стороне экрана, уверен, что разговаривает совсем с другими личностями. То есть настолько сейчас уже технологии подготовлены для того, чтобы менять картинку, визуальный образ, голос и так далее, и так далее. Вадим Владимирович Глущенко именно вот про этот разговор, такой интересной темой мы завершаем нашу сегодняшнюю дискуссию. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое. Можно я воспользуюсь микрофоном тоже по опыту коллег?
Конечно.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день. Надеюсь, что мое выступление из разряда...
Hello, so my presentation today is going to be very last. Thank you very much to Plekhanov University for invitation to make a step to the future together. So we are very pleased to be part of this forum, to understand that we are at the advanced society that develops such important thing as artificial intelligence. Our center is a think tank that analyzes international experience in various aspects on international and communication technologies. As we are in such an important place, I would like to tell you about economic aspects of artificial intelligence. By 2030 in Russia, the volume of Russian market is going to be 20 billion rubles, so to increase twice. And by 2025, contribution of AI in the GDP of Russia will account for 2%. If we talk about international picture, about global arena, so by 2030 it is expected that the growth, the GDP growth via GDP will account for 57 trillion American dollars. Many countries that are leaders in artificial intelligence seriously monitor this issue. In all leading countries, there are national strategies on artificial intelligence. In China, including China, the United States, Great Britain, and many others. There are quite many legal regulations adopted recently in order to adjust to new reality and aspects. Talking about European Union, as it is the leader in regulating everything connected to digitalization, including artificial intelligence, and developing its strategy that was adopted a few years ago. Now, there is a law being developed on digital or on artificial intelligence. So this is quite a controversial but a very detailed document that is going to regulate how artificial intelligence is going to work in the European Union. We've been talking a lot today about benefits on economics and economy that artificial intelligence can provide. There are quite many experts that look at this project quite spectacularly, saying that there will be significant costs in order to follow the rules of the law. It is expected that it will cost to the European economy 31 billion euro, and 500,000 euros will be needed in order to follow all the rules and regulations. So these figures seem shocking, but some experts believe that will be the cost. If we talk about deepfakes, if we talk about regulating technologies of artificial intelligence, not only in Russia but in other countries as well, that believe that see themselves as leaders, we act from a risk approach methods, thinking about risks that could be detrimental to customers, households, and the state as a whole. And there is a saying of Elon Musk who said that artificial intelligence is the biggest global problem in the world, and we have to do something both on national and international levels. Well, we could agree or disagree with him, but if we talk about deep fakes, this is one of the most controversial manifestations of artificial intelligence. So, in particular, type of video or audio content that was generated by GNN. Very often in our practice, we see the following deepfakes are used in sort of unfair matters like manipulation of public opinion or poll results, election results, distribution of political inequality, and so on and so forth. And deepfakes are also applied in biometric services, which also affects these technologies. And unfortunately, quite often we see on the internet that deepfakes are used in such things like children's pornography. Our center, being very interested in the international experience of regulating artificial intelligence and deepfakes in particular, has held a trial, a research, when we studied more than 200 various projects, documents, and we find out such threats and risks that stem from deepfake technologies. Certainly threats could be different, starting from international relations, national security, business, financial, legal system, demographic aspects, up to the harm of individuals, children, teenagers, and adults. There could be financial harm and so on and so forth. And certainly it could bring some negative effects. The most attentive to regulating deepfakes are Great Britain, South Korea, Japan, European Union. Among the magistral trends are regulating ecosystems of platforms, provision of national security, and protection of human rights. Challenges that are associated with deepfakes are being discussed at international level, like United Nations, G20, and other institutions. Among certain measures, we see legislative acts, applications, higher awareness and literacy of population, and various engineering solutions. Talking about certain recommendations, we suggest to further study the risks without doing any harm in a peaceful, in peaceful section. It is very important to establish an expert group in Russia that would fight disinformation, stem for deep fakes, to fill specialized database, engage research institutes to develop methodology and tools to identify deepfakes, and so on. At the end, talking about deepfakes and technologies of artificial intelligence at the international arena, I would like to say a few words of a global digital agreement. Perhaps not all of you know what is that. This is the initiative of General Secretary of the UN that was voiced in September 2021. And the idea is to create the first register of digital rules of responsible behavior in online environment. So it regards to businesses, scientific research society, and civil society, and so on. So 6 areas have been offered. So just overcoming digital inequality, illiteracy, following or protecting human rights, both online and offline, giving customers opportunities to use his or her personal data, trust to internet through responsibility criteria, and discrimination in the internet, and also digital resources. So this document will be a register of rules, voluntary rules. It is a very important document, and representatives of many countries are working on its formation. So it shall be adopted in 2024 by the countries members of the United Nations, but even now, experts of the society have a very unique chance to contribute in developing this document. For our conference, it is important because global digital agreement will act as an impulse to regulate technologies of artificial intelligence so that they are in line with global values. Therefore, until March 2023, any contributions, any suggestions are being collected at the site of General Secretary of the United Nations, and I suggest that all of you, if you have any ideas, make your contribution. Given that today we have a very young audience, lots of students, And we are actually at the university, in the Russian University of Bablikhanov. I would like to invite all of you on our forums on managing internet. There will be a useful forum in May, and there is an adult format, the Russian forum on managing internet, that will be held in April. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, thank you very much, dear speakers. We had a very thorough conversation today. Even the last presentation, there was some threatening notes. We are about to finish our session, so just to leave you with optimistic vibe, I would like to say the following: the more conversations like that we have in future, it's absolutely great that we are having it today at university, because those graduates that leave universities, they certainly are going to be more aware of what's going on, and therefore more engaged and more responsive at the threats and risks we've been talking about today. And I believe that this topic is absolutely crucial, very important to all of us, and no doubts we have lots of things to be proud of, and I recommend to all our colleagues. We have a scientific institute of systemic programming. I've been to many meetings there, and I can tell that representatives of foreign corporations like Huawei and so on, they say that in our details we have some Russian elements, and this is a very, it's one of the leading technological institute here. Thank you very much, dear audience, for your patience, for your interest. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Have a great evening, and thank you. Goodbye.